by electing leaders to more than 18,000 positions, including the president. The Filipino Votes on this big day. More than 65 million voters making their voices heard by one shade on the ballot and making a stand for a better life emerging from the health and economic crisis and against corruption, crime, illegal drugs, and many more. On this day that will go down in history, the future of the country is at stake. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes 2022.
The voting ends and the counting begins. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Welcome to a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. Over 412,000 polling precincts across the country are expected to close anytime now, or they already have because it is 10 minutes past the hour of 7. This year's elections is the first in Philippine history to be held under the shadow of a pandemic. The Commission on Elections implemented minimum health protocols, including wearing of face masks, temperature checks, and physical distancing. Over 65 million Filipinos were eligible to cast their ballots, choosing a new set of leaders. And in the next few hours, tonight, we expect numbers to trickle in, national candidates emerging at the top, local hopefuls winning and getting proclaimed, and others conceding. We are live all night, hearing from CNN Philippines correspondents who are on standby in Metro Manila, Laguna, Camarines Sur, Cebu, Davao, Sarangani, among others. We also have stringers and RPN reporters who are covering other key areas across the country. We will bring you all the information you need to know. We'll also take you to the University of Santo Tomas in Manila, where the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV's transparency server, is located. Several media organizations, poll watchers, and political parties hook up to this server to monitor the parallel, partial, and unofficial tally of votes. You're also seeing live pictures from the Commission on Elections Command Center at the PICC in Pasay City. Now let's first go to Laguna, that is just south of Metro Manila, where over 2 million votes are at stake. Our Paige Javier is joining us live from there. Paige, what is the situation right now?
Pia, polls are officially closed, just like you mentioned, here at the Santa Cruz Central Elementary School in Laguna. They were strict here with the 7 p.m. cutoff for voting and did not see the need to extend because there were no more voters in line, and that voters have been dwindling since the afternoon. Apart from the usual long lines that we've been seeing all day and the occasional paper jams experienced by many as well, they did not experience any major issues here in this school. They also said that they're glad that there were no major issues even after they wrapped up voting just a few minutes ago. The last voter cast his vote at 6:53 p.m., beating the buzzer for the 7 p.m. cutoff. But it was not smooth sailing for other areas here in Santa Cruz. 4 barangays had defective vote counting machines, but then they were immediately replaced. Despite this delay caused by the defective vote counting machines, the municipal election officer, Donna Islit, says they are not extending voting hours here as well. She says as of 4 p.m., the last time I spoke with her, their voter turnout here in Santa Cruz has reached 70%. These include first-time voters Clary Jane Soriano and James Alcos.
Unang boto po parang medyo po nakakakabang bumoto at pong pumili. Masaya na po, masaya pong bumoto. Pagkatapos pong bumoto, parang magaan po sa kalooban.
Medyo kinakabahan po. Siyempre, masaya din po. Pagdating po nila ng 18, mas maigi po na makaboto agad sila. Kasi po, hindi lang po para sa sarili natin, kundi para din po sa bayan.
Only 252 out of the nearly 2,000 registered voters arrived here at the Santa Cruz Central Elementary School to cast their vote. The BEI is still happy with this turnout, and they're also glad, again, as I mentioned earlier, that they did not experience major issues like brownouts or defective VCM machines that delayed the voting process in other areas. Pia?
Hey, Javier, they're reporting from Laguna. Let's also check the situation down south, Zamboanga del Sur. We have on the phone Eutemio Bingo Villahermosa of RPN's DXKP Pagadian. Kamusta na dyan, Bingo?
Dito sa amin sa Pagadian, Ma'am Pia, mabuti naman at saka yung halalan dito mapayapa at saka orderly and honest election. Yung mga tao natin dito sumusunod talaga sa protocol. Yung mga kapulisan natin nag-robing palagi para ma-maintain yung peace and order natin at saka walang mga bloody incident o mga untoward incident na nangyari dito sa siyudad namin at sa buong Zamboanga del Sur po.
All right, thank you, Bingo Villahermosa of RPN's DXKP in Pagadian. Earlier in the day, we saw presidential candidates casting their ballots, a number of them lining up in their polling precincts. Senator Ping Lacson voted at a little past 7 in the morning at the Bayang Luma Elementary School in Imus, Cavite. Former presidential spokesman Ernesto Abella voting also past 7 this morning in Silang Junction West, also in Cavite. Former Senator Bongbong Marcos finished voting nearly 7:30 at the Mariano Marcos Memorial Elementary School in Batac, Ilocos Norte. Jose Montemayor Jr. cast his ballot shortly before 8 in Sasmuan, Pampanga. Labor leader Leody de Guzman lining up at 8:30 at the Cainta Elementary School in Rizal. Faisal Mangundato voted at the Kawayan Central Elementary School in Marantao, Lanao del Sur. Former Defense Secretary Norberto Gonzales voted at 10:15 at the M. de los Reyes Elementary School in Puerto Ribas, Balanga, Bataan. Manila Mayor Isko Moreno casting his ballot at 11:20 this morning at the Magat Salamat Elementary School in Tondo, Manila. Vice President Leni Robredo voting at 11:30 at the Karangang Elementary School in Magarao, Camarines Sur. And Senator Manny Pacquiao also casting his ballot before noontime at the Kiamba Central Elementary School in Sarangani. Now we're going to try and make some sense of what happened the whole day today when voting took place. And of course, while we are waiting for these partial and unofficial numbers to come in, I just want to say that earlier we were talking about the PPCRV's command center. And that, of course, that is where the transparency survey is. That is where the PPCRV is going to be receiving all these election returns from hundreds of thousands of precincts all over the country. What PPCRV is doing, and we want to make this very clear because we will be reporting their numbers, is a parallel but a partial and unofficial count. It is parallel because it is happening at the same time as the VCMs in the precincts are transmitting results to either the municipal or city canvassing centers. It is partial. This is a partial count because they will not count 100% of the vote. And it is unofficial because COMELEC's count is the official count. Now, of course, PPCRV will have both the digital transmission copy and a hard copy of the election return. This is very important because in the last election, the midterm election 2019, ang ginawa ng PPCRV was to compare the digital transmission copy of the ERs that they received and the hard copies. And according to Myla Villanueva, she was telling me that they were able to pick up 77,000 out of 87,000 election returns. That's about 87.5%. And that, the match rate, no, ang comparison, magkapareho sabi niya, ang digital transmission at yung hard copy ng ER, 99.995%. And this is a very high number. And she said that they're hoping that this is the same thing that's going to happen. Of course, we all remember what happened in 2019. There was that glitch that lasted for several hours on election night, and the numbers stalled. But that, of course, was fixed, and COMELEC was promising and reassuring everyone, including PPCRV, that this is not going to happen again. So those are live pictures from UST Manila. We expect, like we said, action to pick up there in just under like 30 minutes to an hour or so. Now, joining us here in the live in the studio is political analyst Dean Tony Lavinia. Dean, Tony, thank you very much for being with us. Before we begin, I just want to ask you what it was like for you when you voted today.
I actually voted with media
okay.
Because I had a lot of media calls today.
All
and
right.
I remember last time it took us 3 hours to vote. So and I couldn't do the morning calls, right? So 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, okay.
like
O
most
sige,
of
so,
you.
okay, so sabay-sabay pala tayo.
But I
you...
followed my family, and then the family.
You went with them today also?
No, I didn't have to go because I was doing media calls in the house. But they were updating me of what was happening, and all three in my family were able to vote. My wife, this is the first time we would have voted as seniors, so she did it in 15 minutes. The two sons in their 20s and early 30s, they finish in a couple of hours before lunch.
Yeah, and of course, since we did local absentee voting and not very many people know, this is manual, right? It was
Yes,
manual
yes.
for us and we couldn't vote for local candidates.
Yes,
So medyo nang hinayan ka doon or okay na rin?
Yes, because I have a candidate in Quezon City, but she'll probably win anyway. So
Yeah, okay. Well, we were showing the live pictures from PPCRV's command center in UST earlier. And I want to ask you first, no, because of course a lot of people look to non-government organizations, partners of COMELEC, to kumbaga, verify and to, you know, to tell us that huwag kayong mag-alala, maayos ang lahat. You know, we went through the numbers, no. So what is your feeling about this election in terms of yung pagtanggap ng resulta, knowing that we have PPCRV that is going to do that count and that they have 2 copies of the election returns to compare. We have NAMFREL that is also on guard na magbabantay at gagawa ng isang random manual audit.
the results should be acceptable if, in fact, there are no major glitches, no, in the next 48 hours. If it's a landslide, that's one scenario in favor of one candidate. I think the other candidates will really have no choice but to accept that. The real problem, which is what happened in 2016, is when you have a close fight, and that's the other scenario. The other scenario is there might be a close fight between the top 2 candidates.
You refer to BBM and Lenny.
Marcos
Okay.
and Robredo. That's a less likely scenario, in my view. Being a scientist, also, I think the more likely scenario is a landslide, given the polls. But the polls was 3 weeks ago. That was the last polling, so there's quite.
But there is the latest April. Yung,
April 21.
late
That's 3
April,
weeks ago,
and
from the
there is
elections.
yeah.
April
There is word
25
about there is word
is
about
out on.
a Lilo survey in the first week of May,
Yeah.
showing practically the same numbers.
Yes, exactly, and it's been consistent, right? So, but I just look at as a gold standard Pulse Asia and
SW.
Okta Research.
Okta, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No comment on the other pollsters. Just that I just it's good to kind of have some gold standard for us as academics. But having said that was a few weeks ago, and you know, a day is an eternity in politics. So
Yes.
there's always this possibility of something that we have not been able to catch through the survey. So that's why there's a less likely but plausible scenario of a Lenny victory or a very close fight between the two. In which case, you know, if it's within a 1 million margin, then everything becomes more important. Transparency becomes more important. We did prove in 2016 in the VP race, right? That was 200,000 votes. That at the end of the road, after 6 years, though, it was proven that there was no cheating. That in fact VP Lenny won, you know, fair and square, even with the machines. I personally think the system that we have, while supporting automated voting, is also very untransparent. I mean, basically, you have to trust the COMELEC, you have to trust PPCRV, you have to trust
NAMFREL.
you have to trust certain institutions with kind of blind faith, right? I mean, while in the past, I favor the mixed system where the counting at the
precinct is
at
manual.
The precinct level is manual.
Oh, you would rather that?
Yes, the transmissions.
Really? Pero dun nga nagkakagulo minsan.
No, ang gulo. No, I'm a lawyer. Pia, ang gulo was never Marcos, yes. Kasi may goons, di ba? At guns. But after Marcos, never sa
Okay.
precinct level ang gulo sa transmission, in the canvassing. Because the transportation of the ballot box, the acceptance of
Yeah.
the certificates
So,
of canvass
yeah.
all the way.
But right now
that's the problem.
But right now the AAS allows us, for example, well, not me, manual kasi tayo, but voters today got a recibo, a receipt, the VVPAT, no, and
Yes.
they can see it. It is shown to them, and then they put it in the receptacle. For you, that is not enough
Well,
in terms of.
that's just a receipt of your vote, right?
Yeah.
But that's not a receipt of the votes that was counted in your. But there's nothing. As I said, I
Yeah.
followed the
Yeah.
Robredo Marcos protests, and what
All
we
right.
see is the technology actually works. So
Yeah, let's go. Okay,
it's the transparency
Yeah.
of the technology.
Okay, well, let's go back, sir.
That's a challenge in my view.
Yeah, let's go back, sir, to your earlier point about what kind, what scenario, two scenarios that we will have late tonight or early tomorrow morning, where you have a landslide victory by, and I'm presupposing that you are referring to BBM, or a victory within a 1 million margin of by Leni Robredo,
Or Marcos too, but it's a close
or
fight.
Marcos, yeah. But given these surveys, and you said earlier, no, you look at numbers, you look at data. So the surveys that you say are your gold standard are all saying the same thing, that this is like a 30-point spread between number one
Yeah, that's
and
why I'm
number
saying
two.
it's most
So,
likely.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible.
Yeah. Oh.
Because elections are, as I said, 1 day is an eternity in politics, and 3 days an eternity, and even 1 day is an eternity, 2 days is a double eternity,
Yeah.
1 week is
Okay.
7 days of eternity. So,
So, sir, if 1 day is an eternity, and then let's say from late April when the last survey was released to May 9, so that's about 9, 10, 11, 12 days. So maraming days of eternity yan.
Yeah.
What were if there was going to be a miracle, ano yung mga signs,
it's the house-to-house campaign.
House to house.
And it's the rallies, because that's the one that really, I look at 4 data points. I just don't look at surveys when I predict results and look at campaigns, because otherwise then you just, right, you don't even have to vote, you just look at surveys. I look at surveys, I look at social media and traditional media, I look at political endorsements, and I look at rallies and engagement and passion of supporters. So surveys, definitely Marcos. Political endorsements, Marcos, but Robredo very close behind with quality endorsements, especially in Mindanao. Social media, finally Robredo caught up in the last couple of weeks. But rallies and passion of supporters, definitely Robredo. And that's why but because certainly from predictability point of view, surveys are, have been more reliable then I'm going to say that more likely than not, that this is going to be a landslide in favor of Marcos. So we'll be surprised. In other words, in the first few hours, if in fact they come tonight, because the first few hours are going to be from the major population centers, right?
Right.
Metro Manila, Central Luzon, Southern Tagalog, Cebu, Pangasinan, Cavite. These are the big population centers. If Marcos does not have a landslide there, and landslide means 5-10 million lead like that, but only like has a 1 million lead there, then that means the surveys are off. And then we won't know tomorrow. It will have 2 or 3 days, because Mindanao becomes the most decisive. And that's why the Robredo campaign actually focused on Mindanao in its last 2 weeks and got really good quality endorsements.
Didone, we're going to be taking a very quick break. We'll be back. CNN Philippines, your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute, and in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. Be right back.
2022 elections, how votes are counted and winners are declared. Voting machines automatically count each ballot. The results are then printed as the election return and sent electronically to the city or municipal board of canvassers. The district or provincial board of canvassers will then canvass the votes for president, vice president, senators, members of the House of Representatives, and elective provincial officials. Once complete, the board will produce the certificate of canvass votes. The certificate of canvass will then be transmitted to the COMELEC for senators and party list representatives, and to the Congress for the president and vice president. The certificates of canvass will be used as the basis for proclaiming winning candidates.
Welcome back to CNN Philippines special coverage of the 2022 elections, the day the Filipino votes. We're witnessing one of the nation's most important elections in recent years. It is a 10-way race to the presidency, but opinion surveys show Filipinos might see Bongbong Marcos, the son of the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos, rise to power and return to Malacanang, or elect the lone female candidate, Vice President Leni Robredo, whom supporters hope will turn things around amid a health and economic crisis. It is all systems go for poll watchdog PPCRV, set to conduct a parallel vote count. AC Nichols walks us through the process straight from the command center at the University of Santo Tomas in Manila. AC.
Via voting hours have officially ended, and that means the transmission of votes or results from the VCMs to COMELEC servers should start anytime now, or should have started already. Here at the PPCRV, we were expecting the initial wave of results to come in at a little past 7 p.m. But it looks like there is some delay, as they have yet to flash anything on the big screen behind me. That is where they display the quick count results based on the results or data from the COMELEC's transparency server. But right now, the volunteers of the church-based group are starting to organize. They're starting to come in. They will be manning the computers set up here at the command center that will be used for the manual audit of votes based on election returns. And the manual audit is done to check for discrepancies by comparing the data on election returns and the figures churned out by the COMELEC's transparency server. Pia?
Yeah, AC, can you tell us a little bit more about that? So, like we were explaining earlier, PPCRV gets both the digital transmission copy and the hard copy of the election return also. So may comparison, like you said, no? Back in 2019, mataas ang matching rate niya, no?
That's right, Pia. As the COMELEC's partner, the PPCRV has access to the fourth copy of election returns. No? So after voting closes, their volunteers also start coming in. Yung iba dala na yung mga election returns from voting precincts, and mag-uumpisa na ang manual encoding din nila. Kasabay na yan nung parallel quick count na fina-flash nila yung mga results sa big screen na nakaset up dito. So right now, the volunteers are starting to come in, magsiset up na sila. Pero at this time, wala pang dumadating na mga volunteers na may dalang election returns. No? And as I said earlier, they have yet to flash anything on the screen yet. Yun naman yung results from the COMELEC transparency servers. We're expecting to hear from PPCRV officials. They're going to give us an update. Perhaps after that, we'll have more information on what's going on, bakit may kaunting delay. Because earlier today also, we were told by PPCRV Chair Myla Villanueva na a little past 7 o'clock, dapat may nafa-flash na sila na results. No? So that's what we were initially expecting, but it looks like there is a bit of delay, Pia.
Yeah, AC, one of the big questions that PPCRV had to answer was concerns about what happened back in 2019. So walk us through that very briefly and as clearly as possible, just to refresh our memories, the memories of the viewers. And then ano yung sagot ng PPCRV? Ano yung sinabi nila sa inyo para yung mapanatag ang loob natin lahat na hindi na ganun ang mangyayari ulit?
Yeah, if you remember in 2019, after the initial wave of results at a little past 6 p.m., there was a 5 to 6 hour delay, no? So the public was wondering, ano nangyayari? Bakit ang tagal ng update? Nagkaroon kasi ng glitch sa COMELEC servers. But this time, the PPCRV in partnership with COMELEC said na nagkaroon naman sila ng mga dry run and sinubukan na nila yung malaking pasok ng data sa mga servers para makita or ma-check kung kakayanin ba. And another thing na that they also realized this time is pwede naman din palang i-reset daw, no? Kapag nagkaroon ng glitch, they can reset the COMELEC servers, and then that's okay, hindi makaka-affect sa magiging results. So, the PPCRB was also telling us earlier nga na they were getting the same feedback that we were also seeing on the ground, no, na may mga VCM na nagloko. Ang nakarating na report sa kanila, 200 vote counting machines had to be replaced. But for the PPCRV, that's still manageable, especially looking back daw in 2019, there were more SD cards also that had to be replaced. So for them, yung 200 VCMs today that broke down or that failed, it's still manageable. It's not alarming for them. Ang pakiusap lang din nila sa mga voters earlier is if they can wait, no, or if they can hold out casting their votes, do that instead of leaving their ballots with the electoral board. Bantayan daw yung boto. Yun ang naging advice nila kanina. But they trust in the process, and they said hintayin na lang din natin kung ano yung mga magiging next updates from the ground.
Pero kahit pa paano, EC, ang layo, I mean, ang layo nito sa isang manual elections, because I remember covering manual elections, the agony of the wait is horrible. At least ngayon na meron tayong automated, kahit pa paano, alam na natin. Within the night pala, by the way, and also for the viewers, local races will be called already. There will be proclamations on dun sa mga local races. So you can expect that to happen in the next few hours. AC Nichols there reporting from PPCRV's command center in UST. We're going to get back to her when the numbers start to come in. Let's cross over now to the Visayas. RPN's DYKB reporter Ernesto Villalobos gives us an update live from Bacolod City. Ernesto, anong nangyari dyan?
So, good evening, ma'am. Sa ngayon, nandito po tayo sa new government center po ng Bacolod. Pero kanina, mga 7 p.m. po, dineklarado na po ng COMELEC na nag-sita na po sarado ng butuan. Pero may mga kaganapan lang po dito na may mga polling precinct na may mga nang doon na mga tao na nagbubuto kahit na close na po yung pagbutuan. So sinasabi lang po ng mga guro dito na pag nandito na po sila sa loob, pwede pa rin sila magpatuloy sa pagboto hanggang tapos na yung mga tao sa loob. So sa ngayon po, ma'am, sa katunayan nga, dito po tayo naghihintay na kung saan dito po dadalhin yung mga box o boxes ng resibo na dito po sa new government center. At saka nakita naman natin po yung kaganapan dito na parang safe naman yung mga pupuntahan dito at saka yung mga tupa po natin ng militar at saka Philippine Army po na nandito po sa new government center na parang protection po ng seguridad ng mamamayan po dito. According po dito, ma'am, sa COMELEC Attorney Officer Attorney Arribo Sorbito, na pagdating po dito, so limitahan po yung mga papasok sa loob ng canvassing center for health protocol po.
Ernesto, kanina sabi mo may mga presinto na yung iba bumoboto pa rin, ano? Pero may ibang presinto doon na tapos na yung botohan and therefore nagbilangan na yung VCMs nila have started counting at nag-transmit na rin ba yung mga VCMs doon sa mga canvassing centers?
So sa ngayon po, ma'am, sa katunayan niya po, hindi pa po kasi iba po yung kaganapan po dito sa Bacolod na may iba po mga polling precinct at saka yung cluster precinct na wala naman po ng nagboboto sa ngayon yung mga tao. Pero dito po na dadalhin po ditong mga boxes na sabi ko na po sa katunayan na dito po idalhin sa NGC. So hanggang ngayon po hindi pa dito nakadating po, ma'am.
Alright. Ernesto Villalobos, reporting from Bacolod City. Now, over in Mindanao, we get the latest from the city of Surigao, from RPN's DXKS reporter Bonifacio Binayan. Bonifacio, kamusta naman dyan?
Yes, Pia, good evening. It's about 14 hours has elapsed since the opening of all voting centers at around 6 o'clock this morning across the country. But at exactly 7 o'clock this evening, the scheduled closure for accepting voters, I mean, for latecomers are no longer allowed to enter the voting centers. And even at this juncture, none of the polling place in the entire 54 barangays of this city has reportedly done their voting process. As of 6 o'clock this evening, I was able to establish the rate of the voting turnout in the city that reached to 80% in its average against the total number of registered voters based on the data provided by some of the electoral boards. Most probably, the election process in the city will end or will finish at around 10 o'clock tonight. And we're so grateful to the Almighty that no untoward incident nor any turmoil that led to election-related violence transpired so far in Surigao City. Back to you, Pia.
Maraming salamat. RPN's DXKS reporter Bonifacio Binayan reporting live from Surigao City. Still with us as we wait for vote results, political analyst Dean Tony Lavinia. Dean Tony, so, you know, the anticipation is in the air. We're just waiting for the first numbers. As a matter of fact, I remember every time yung unang batch pumapasok, nagpapalakpakan, you know, it's a cause for jubilation, no?
You know, this is my, as a voter, I think my 16th or 17th. Kasi from 78, I voted na. IBP elections, Marcos
So naglaban kayo, laban.
Cagayan de Oro, so Mindanao Alliance, opposition.
Okay.
We won there in the city of Cagayan de Oro. The opposition won against the Marcos candidates. And then, but even before that, 1960s pa, umuupo ko sa grandfather, with my grandfather, with a pen and also wait for radio to listen to the results. I actually love to listen to the first returns and as it grows and it grows, diba? So I'm hopeful kasi in 2019, I was actually in another studio for 4 hours waiting for for the results. Well, what I do, you know.
Nobody can forget that night.
In technology, Murphy's Law always applies. Something always goes wrong. It's not. What you hope lang is that they have solutions to what goes wrong. But that is for sure with a massive exercise like this, right? And I wanted to correct the VCMs because from what we gather from Contradaya, for example, this is the biggest number of VCMs that have had problems. That over 2,000, they say, that have been reported to them. So very different number from PPCRV. So
well,
that's
we
a million votes. I mean,
we will get an
if it's a
update from
close
Comelec.
election, a million votes matter. Remember, again, the margin between VP Lenny and BBM in 2016 was 200,000 votes. So, so you really don't want disenfranchisement that's happened. And right now, there's still precincts that are not able to close because there's so many people that are in the precinct that has not been able to vote yet. I mean, that's why there's been also a call for extension of voting, at least in those areas where people have not been able to vote.
Okay. You know, sometimes when we prepare for elections, we look at all those other numbers like voter turnout, for example, or you know, how much percentage of the vote the winning candidate, and in this case, President got, no. But among the you know, all this data, what I wanted to ask you about now muna is yung turnout. Para bang palaki ng palaki siya. 75%, 92, 98, 78%, you know. And in spite of the pandemic, it seemed like, you know, judging from what the video that we saw today, to this morning and this afternoon, ang daming,
I think historic
so many people went to
this will probably the biggest turnout natin was, di ba, ERAP 1998, 86%, because the poor really felt empowered by that they will vote for someone that they wanted. So I think something similar is going to happen with this, and particularly first-time voters. I mean, quite a lot of first-time voters registered and are voting for the first time.
Okay, yeah, and first-time voters.
So I suspect we never really reached 90%. But that is already very high. 80% in any democracy is super high already.
Yeah.
We've always been able to do 75, 80%. But I suspect we'll hit near 90 this time. I actually don't know anyone who
Who did not vote?
did not vote, who did not want
talaga.
to vote or choose not to vote. I mean,
Yeah.
in the past, I've always known people. I know people who haven't voted for many years. I saw one who hasn't voted since 86.
Really? Because? Bakit daw?
I don't know. You know, maybe didn't find it that consequential, but this is a consequential election. Everyone agrees. So,
Yeah.
so that's why the turnout is this much.
Yeah, well, speaking of first-time voters, and I think we have that graphic available somewhere, the 18 to 25 age bracket is 13.1 million, 26 to 41 age bracket, millennials 23.9. Laki. Ang laki ng bilang na ito, ng numerong ito. In the last few days, COMELEC announced that there will be a decision by the NBank tomorrow, a final decision on the disqualification cases in DQ.
And that means that there will
Marcos.
be a Supreme Court case the next day or the day after. So if in fact Marcos is leading and by a landslide in the unofficial count and starts leading in the official count, that usually takes 5 to 10 days before proclamation, there will be a Supreme Court case pending. So there'll be a debate in Congress. Should we proceed to proclaim him while that case is pending? Will the Supreme Court issue not a TRO but a status ante order not to proclaim him until we resolve this case? Will the Supreme Court actually resolve the case right away and just dismiss it because the people have spoken? I mean, I don't want to blame the current COMELEC, especially the new commissioners, because they've just been really there for a month or so. But this was, as an institution, not forgivable. Disqualification case should be decided in December, so that when it goes to the Supreme Court, by March or by mid-April, a month before the elections, it's settled.
Yeah.
That's what happened in the case of Fernando Po. That's what happened in the case of Grace Po.
Po, yeah.
By mid-April, these things were settled. And so people voted
Hindi
with
tayo
confidence.
umabot sa election day.
Yes, because if umabot ka sa elections, we will have a very strange situation where under the Constitution, if the President-elect does not qualify, it's the Vice President-elect that ascends to the presidency, first temporarily, but if the Supreme Court later decides, or the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, or it's going to be strange because at first it will be the Supreme Court as Supreme Court. Later, it will be the Presidential Electoral Tribunal when it becomes a contest. So it's lots of issues, lots of legal issues. It's not really. This is not fair to Mr. Marcos, not fair to the people, not fair to the petitioners that they're going to decide the disqualification petitions the day after the election.
And if you look at the surveys, ang nangunguna sa VP race is Sara Duterte. But that's
so
for some...
the conspiracy theory there is that this is how the president gets what he wants, right? Because the president always wanted Sara to be the president. But that's a conspiracy theory, and that assumes the Supreme Court will cooperate, which I don't think they will.
Dean Tony, in January, I interviewed VP Leni Robredo, and I asked her if she wants BBM disqualified or DQ'd, or if she would rather that she defeats him in an election. And she said, and I quote, "Mas gusto ko na talunin ko siya sa eleksyon."
That makes sense. I mean, I think if you're a politician, that's what you should ask for. I mean, there are people who also say that if Marcos is qualified now, the second placer, presumably VP Leni, should take over. No, she shouldn't, because she wouldn't have a mandate, right? I mean, it would have been different if Marcos was disqualified with finality before the election, because then he won't be. Votes for him would be null and void. But it's very different in the circumstances that we have now.
Dean Tony, sandali lang po, no? But we just have this little update here. As of 7 o'clock tonight, that is 52 minutes ago, COMELEC saying 22,693 out of over 106,100 clustered precincts have reported the closure of the polls. Commissioner Marlon Casquejo is saying at least 486 precincts have transmitted voting results. So 486 precincts. O, nasa na yun? We want to see. Sana makita na natin agad-agad. But anyway, also for the first time, ito, pinag-usapan natin kanina, Pinoys casting their ballots amid the pandemic. What was it like for voters this year? Christine Jacobs-Sandez joins us live here in the studio with some of your answers on social media. Christine.
Well, Pia, I know all of you are so excited as we continue to await for the numbers to come in. But meanwhile, we did ask you, kumusta naman ang voting experience ninyo? And we have some answers that we would like to share with you. We have Emmy Kim here. And Emmy says that was that with unstable electricity and slow voting process, not much has changed maliban sa face mask. Ayan. And we have Steph Custodio here, another person. I mean, the last election, she said, went more smoothly and showed through the photo that there was actually physical distancing, which was not followed in their specific precinct. And this Instagram user, let's move on. Whatever happens, well, he mentions no guide to where people should actually line up. They observed that senior citizens were asked to leave their ballots so other people would be able to feed these into the vote counting machine. Now, they also add persons with disabilities and elderly actually had to line up under the heat of the sun. We understand it was very, very warm today, while other voters got to wait inside the classrooms with electric fans. And, you know, a lot of people actually had mixed reactions for today. On the contrary, this netizen says that in their precinct, PWDs were actually well assisted and that voting was actually very quick. And a few more for you just to find out what happened during the day. Other voters, like here, Arnel Alfres Purganan, filling out the ballot was actually very fast. But waiting in line took forever, and a lot of people actually experienced this this morning. I think a lot of people actually very anxious and excited, and they rushed to cast in their votes. And finally, we have Dennis Morfe Soriano, and he says, well, 2 hours actually of lining up to vote is worth it para sa ating bayan, and you can still join the conversation as we continue tonight and of course all day tomorrow. Please join in the conversation and visit our social media accounts at cnnphilippines.com.
Christine, as a matter of fact, I remember some people were saying during the day na konting tiis, konting pasensya para sa demokrasya, rhyming yan.
I mean, that is right. Everybody was asking.
That's what you all did,
Yes, we had to actually be more patient as people, as you and, of course, our political analyst here, Tony, were talking about. I mean, this is actually a very crucial election. A lot of people are coming out and wanting to vote this time and make their vote count. And we will give you the results of all of your hard work this morning in a few hours. So we ask our viewers to also be very patient as we wait for the results to come in.
Thank you, Christine Jacobs-Sandez. You can count on CNN Philippines for live, in-depth coverage of this year's general elections. We'll take a short break, but before we do, just a little bit of an update straight from Commissioner Casquejo. As of 7:30 p.m., he is saying that ERs expected are 106,174, but election returns received 20,876. Itong 20,876 mga election returns galing sa mga presinto that will show the vote result in those electoral precincts. But we're waiting to hear, we will be speaking to, we will have Melissa Lopez reporting to us from COMELEC. So we need to get from her this update. At the same time, we're going to check back with AC Nichols in PPCRV because the question here is, where are these results coming into PPCRV so that we can see them? I think that's what we all want to see, some results in the next few minutes or the next 30 minutes or so. We will be back at the top of the hour. Stay with us. Every vote for the future of the nation counts. Good evening. I'm Pio Ontiveros. You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. In just hours, Filipinos will see a new set of leaders who will move the country forward in the next 6 years. Millions of our kababayans have witnessed history in the making today, May 9th, the first elections under the shadow of a pandemic. Poll officials introduced health measures to keep voters safe. And now the waiting game is on, with vote counting still underway. Over 65.8 million Filipinos were eligible to cast their ballots nationwide. Let's head on over now to Quezon City, where voting was interrupted because of malfunctioning vote counting machines and SD cards. Tristan Nadalo gives us the latest. Tristan?
The polling is now closed here at Teachers Village East in Quezon City, but some voters are leaving the voting center frustrated and dismayed over defective vote counting machines and corrupted SD cards. Many of the voters from affected polling precincts are refusing the option of the COMELEC to leave their ballots to election officers, calling it unacceptable. They said they deserve to know if their votes were counted properly. There was a heated exchange, confrontation among volunteers, voters, and election officials at the voting center. Some of them were here since 6 a.m.
Kami naman! Kami po! Saglit, sir! Sir, saglit! Magsalita!
Napapakastig sa 7. Nandito kami na 6.
We also spoke to first-time voter Jolo, who had been in line since early morning. Another voter, Maya, had no choice but to leave her ballot after enduring 12 hours of waiting.
Here since 6 a.m., we were one of the first few people here to vote po. And from that point, wala na yung SD card po, di ba? We didn't want to leave our votes. We wanted to get our votes counted.
Medyo magulo kasi syempre ang gusto namin, kami po yung mag-submit sa boto namin.
Yes, some of the voters are still in the voting center here at Teachers Village East. Some of them are still waiting for the issues to be resolved. Earlier, we tried to speak to an election officer but we were not able to. But kanina may lumabas na isang official saying that if voters are still willing to wait, regardless of when the SD cards will arrive from Laguna, then they can cast their vote. But to when or kung kailan darating itong mga SD card, that remains to be seen because they don't have any feedback yet from the COMELEC. Back to you.
Yeah, Tristan, how many VCMs exactly, or SD cards, and how many votes are we talking about here? I mean, how many voters?
Okay. Yeah. So far, we have hundreds of voters here in Teachers Village, but we're talking about 3 vote counting machines. 2 of them were defective, and 2 of the SD cards were also been defective. So they said that the technician was able to repair the vote counting machines, but the problem now is the SD cards are still not yet here. Back
Okay,
to you.
so tatlong VCM, meaning tatlong presinto. Mga ilang botante ito? Do we have an estimate?
Okay, it's around 500 to 1,000 based on our conversation with the voters here.
All right, Tristan Nadalo there reporting from Quezon City on that unfortunate incident. We hope that will be resolved very soon. Now, taking you down south, elections in the city of Golden Friendship generally peaceful, although there were minor hitches caused by vote counting machines that malfunctioned, but authorities, the military included, are optimistic the elections will bring up results, will have results smoothly in Cagayan de Oro. Joining me on the line for more is RPN's DXKO correspondent Cheng Ordonez. Cheng, maayong gabi.
Yes, maayong gabi, Pia. The Tactical Operations Group 10 of the Philippine Air Force under the Joint Task Force Diamond has continued to provide air assets in support to the Commission on Elections in line with the country's goal for a safe, accurate, free, and fair national and local elections 2022. In fact, ahead of the election day, 2 Black Hawk helicopters from the Tactical Operations Group 10 were utilized in transporting 12 newly repaired vote counting machines or VCMs to the province of Dinagat Islands, Surigao City, and Agusan del Sur. The VCMs were escorted by COMELEC personnel and came from the technical repair hub of the COMELEC office at the provincial capital of Misamis Oriental here in Cagayan de Oro City. Other military support to the conduct of peaceful and orderly elections include visit today of Brigadier General Ferdinand Barandon, commander of the 3rd Infantry Brigade, to the Provincial Election Monitoring Action Center at the Bukidnon Police Provincial Office in Malabalay City, Bukidnon. Also, Colonel Michelle Anayron Jr., commander of the 4th IDS Task Force, Safe or Secured, Accurate, fair and free election monitoring on the ongoing national and local election 2022. at the Regional Election Monitoring Action Center for Region 10 at the Police Regional Office 10 headquarters at Camp Alagar, Napasan, Cagayan de Oro City. And the Joint Task Force Diamond, under the command of Major General Wilbur Mamawag, monitoring of the polls via the Tactical Operations Center at the 4th IED headquarters, Camp Evangelista, Barangay Patag. Samantala, inasahang maglalabas ang 4th Infantry Division ng report hinggil sa nag-viral sa social media na pamamaril sa karatig probinsya ng Lanao del Sur. Nag-uulat para sa CNN Philippines, Cheng Ordonez, RPN TV5 DXKO, Cagayan de Oro City.
Daghang salamat, Cheng. From Cagayan de Oro City, that was RPN's DXKO reporter Cheng Ordonez. All right, we're going live now to COMELEC headquarters. They're holding a press briefing right now. Let's listen in.
That is the situation with regard to the Gregorio Perfecto High School, Enrica 4th Street, Tondo, Manila. Now, for the VCMs, we received 165 BCMs that would be repaired or that were repaired or replaced. As of 30 minutes ago, we only had 2 VCMs under repair. We also had 142 SD cards that didn't work. 133 of them were already replaced by our hub in Santa Rosa. So those things added to our issues here. A lot of people that's only equivalent to 2.something% of the total number of VCMs that we have here in the National Capital Region, which is 10,358. A very minimal fraction of the total number of VCMs that we use as at the opening of the polls at 6 o'clock in the morning a while ago. So I think that is the report when it comes to our VCMs, our SD cards, the securities, and the issues in Tondo, as well as the peace and order situation of the National Capital Region. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lambino, sir. For the entire country, Director Rex Laujanco, sir.
Thank you, Sir Erwin. May I just add po dun sa na-explain ni Director Lambino. Sir, napag-usapan po namin kanina yung rationale why we could not move further the voters from Rosario, Almario to another place to decongest. Yun lang po kasing distance from Rosario, Almario to Gregorio Perfecto High School ay 1 kilometer na po. We could not move to another polling place yung voters po natin na mas malayo kasi mas malaki po yung tsansa na hindi sila bumoto at ultimately ma-disenfranchise po sila. Dapat po kasi yung polling place na binibigay natin sa mga as close as possible sa mga barangay. That's the first consideration. Kaya po napilitan ang COMELEC na pahintulutan ng paglipat ng mga botante from Rosario, Almario sa pinakamalapit na paaralan pa yung Perfecto High School. Okay po, I hope that clears up kasama po ng explanation. And right now po, Director Lambino had explained the full force of COMELEC Manila are there together with the Philippine National Police and the DepEd to manage the queue. Moving naman po sila lahat. Okay. Now for the other parts, for the OFOV, we already have received 33.55%. A significant number compared to the other elections. Isa pa pong sigurong maituturing ko na good news sa mga nag-aabang po dun sa deliverables, those who are waiting for COMELEC deliverables. The election website results is now up and running. It's 2022 election results.comelec.gov.ph, and that website is open to the public. And as of 7:49 p.m., Out of the 106,174 election returns expected to be transmitted, received are already 32,068 election returns. Dahil 7:49 PM pa to at 8:30 na po ngayon, I expect a significant increase in the number of election returns that we have received. For the overseas election returns, we are expecting to receive 1,406 overseas election returns. We now have received 5 of these. Of course, we don't expect to receive yet national COCs dahil magkakanvas pa lang po ang National Board of Canvassers. We don't expect yet at this time to receive, of course, yung provincial COCs. Dahil po nga po, as I've explained before, ladderized canvassing is required under law. Those that will be canvassed by the provincial boards of canvassers are the certificates of canvass of municipal boards of canvassers and those component cities constituting city boards of canvassers in that province. So wala pa rin po talagang ina-expect na ma-receive. Insofar as the city COCs are concerned, certificates of canvass, we're expecting 1,633 and as of 7:49, wala pa rin po tayong natatanggap. So what's good about this is that the transparency commitment of the COMELEC insofar as the results are concerned is already up and running. It's the COMELEC election website, for results website. Now for the, just a quick update for the VCMs that malfunctioned, as we have explained before, all the 106,174 clustered precincts equivalent to the VCMs had completed their FTS, 100% had functioned. What about those which were subjected to repair? A total of 0.502%, all of which were repaired and then delivered back to serve as contingency machines. Insofar as the SD cards are concerned, that amounts to a percentage of 0.203%. And dun po sa SD cards that I have mentioned, 99.54% of that were reconfigured and then sent back to the electoral boards to make the VCMs function. Insofar as the other reports are concerned, perhaps we give them time for these results to come in. We will have our regular briefing tomorrow at 12 noon, midday. So before the resumption of the proceedings of the National Board of Canvassers, we will have our midday briefing here po.
Okay. Thank you, sir. For Q&A, the first to ask question is Ms. Mela Lesmoras, PTV4. At the back po, sa likod po yung microphone, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, sirs. I'm Mela from PTV4. For Sir Attorney Laujanco, sir, supposed to be hanggang 7 p.m. po kasi yung botohan natin. As of now, ano po yung report sa inyo on ground sa buong Pilipinas? Kasi may mga nagre-report na hanggang ngayon nakapila pa rin sila. Ito po ba ay ongoing? Ano po yung hanggang anong oras po yung nakikita ng COMELEC na botohan sa bansa?
Most of the precincts that I have mentioned po have already closed their votings. Karamihan po yan na ina-expect namin yung nagkaroon ng konting delay or those which are highly populated cities and municipalities. Nonetheless, ang ini-stress, what we emphasize here is that no matter how long it takes, for as long as those voters came into the queue before 7 p.m. until 7 p.m., we will ensure that they will be able to cast their votes. Commitment po ng COMELEC yan. It's our commitment to the people that we will ensure that they will not be disenfranchised. Kahit anong oras po abutin, papabotohin po namin sila.
Opo. And a follow-up lang, sir, kasi isa sa mga nakikitang dahilan kaya nagtagal din sa pila yung iba nating mga kababayan ay dahil nga po dun sa nagkaproblemang mga VCMs para lang din ma-assure yung public na hindi po ito makakaapekto sa resulta ng halalan. Ano po yung mga assurance nyo sa ating mga kababayan?
The VCMs that malfunction po, as you could see, and we have been stressing it for the whole day, was that it was immediate. The first mode po kasi is to repair it on site. We escalated to the next level wherein supervisors from the National Tech Support Center are guiding the technician. At the last resort, if the VCM could not be repaired, that is only the time we pull it out and immediately replace it with a contingent VCM. So that is to ensure, at nakita naman po natin 100% turnout. In fact nga po, yung na-delay ng konti kanina sa Davao Occidental dahil tumaas po yung ilog, binaha po sila. They were able to proceed with the voting at 8:30 a.m. Yun po yung kaisa-isa kaninang nakapag-FTS but na-delay sa opening because ang taas po ng ilog, hindi sila makatawid. But still, they were able to forge on. Nag-start po lahat. Isa pa pong nakita namin ng konting reason kung bakit marami pa pong tao sa mga polling centers ngayon, ito po yung, tama kayo, nagkaroon ng konting problema sa VCM at gusto po nilang ma-experience na i-feed yung ballots by themselves. Iginagalang po namin ito. Okay? Ang nangyari po kasi, they stayed at their polling places. They are waiting for the machines to come back. At alam ko naman po, nagsimula na rin ito. Most of them po, pumayag naman pong ilagay doon sa receptacle provided for the ballots na iba-batch feeding. But for those who opted to hold on to their ballots, because we will not allow them to take this out, they will remain inside the polling place. For those who opted to hold on, they are now being queued doon po sa VCMs that are already functioning.
Opo. And panghuli na lamang po, Attorney Laujanco, kasi tapos na yung halalan phase. Can you just give us a walkthrough? Ano pong mangyayari? What's next? Mula sa, sa canvassing and sa proclamation, pwede po ba nating ibahagi lang sa ating mga kababayan kung ano yung dapat nilang abangan after ng botohan?
Una po sa lahat, allow me to highlight the capabilities of the automated election system. We have explained that the city boards of canvassers, the municipal boards of canvassers will be the one to canvass the results of the elections in each precinct. Ang ika-canvass po nila ay election returns produced and printed by the VCMs. Okay. Ladderized, coming up po yung results, but one of the highlights of the election system po that we required in the terms of reference is that kahit po si that VCM will be able to transmit to the transparency servers even those election returns. So everybody could monitor not just the certificates of canvass, but also the election returns. As we could see in the election results website, pumapasok po yung mga election returns and you could view the results. In fact, we challenge everyone dun sa mga matatapos na po sa counting sa precincts, the dominant majority party, the dominant minority political parties, and all the other parties will be given their election returns, the ERs. They will be given their printed ERs. They are now free to go to that website and compare the ER that they have. Ganyan din po yung naging challenge namin sa mga nakaraang eleksyon. Compare the printed ER that you have with the results posted at the website. We even escalated further the challenge. Our partners and friends in the media, you are hooked up at our transparency server at UST. And these results coming from the VCMs, you are also receiving it real-time. Real-time po. You could also go to I know most of you have websites up and running presenting these results. The public could go to your websites and view the same election returns so that we could all compare. Okay, so we have multiple sources, not just the COMELEC election website results. We have the websites of our friends from the media. That's one of the highlights. Okay, going up po dito because there are proceedings. Ayon po kasi sa batas, ang kinakanvas po talaga, paakyat yan, ladderized. Kasi ang proclamation, paakyat din, Yung mga ERs, itatransmit po yan, sabay-sabay, transparency servers. Pero ang ang focus po niyan, ang pinaka-official transmission kasi for canvass is the municipal boards of canvassers. Doon po bibilangin yung pinagsama-samang election returns ng munisipyo na yon. The same with the city boards of canvassers. And the outcome of this canvass is the certificates of canvass. Doon sa munisipyo at city po na yan, if the canvass had already been terminated, everything had been accomplished, they will likewise be able to produce the certificate of canvass and proclamation, giving them now the authority under law to proclaim the winning candidates. Yan po yung first step, second step sa ladder, because the first step is the VCMs. Okay. Now, if this, hatiin po natin may dalawang klase po kasing city sa atin. Merong highly urbanized chartered cities, merong mga component cities. Yung component cities, these are cities which form part of the provinces. Merong mga highly urbanized cities na independent po. For example, Puerto Princesa City. Puerto Princesa City is a highly urbanized city. They do not vote for the province. So doon na po magtatapos yung kanilang canvassing, independent of the province. At yung certificate of canvass of Puerto Princesa City will be canvassed by the National Boards of Canvassers. Okay, going into the component cities, pag natapos na po sila dun sa kanilang canvassing, those certificates of canvass coming from yung mga munisipyo, yung mga cities forming that province, aakyat po at itatransmit sa provincial boards of canvassers. This time, they will be canvassing the votes garnered for the provincial elective post, governor, vice governor, members of Sangguniang Panlalawigan. At pag natapos po sila, they will be able to transmit the certificate of canvass to the national board. And the second document that I am referring to, the certificate of canvass and proclamation, they will now be able to proclaim the winning provincial candidates. That's the third step in the ladder. The fourth one, natapos na po tayo sa cities and provinces. Ito naman po yung aakyat dun sa dalawang national boards of canvassers. Why two? As I've explained before, the first national board of canvassers is the Commission on Elections. What we will canvass are the certificates of canvass for senators and party list. Pag natapos po tayo dito, ang ipoproclaim po natin dito sa PICC ay winning senators at winning party list. The other National Board of Canvassers is the Joint Houses of Congress. They will be the one to canvass the certificates of canvass. Pareho po nung kinakanvass natin. Wala pong pinagkaiba. But they will be the one to canvass the votes specifically for the President and the Vice President. At pag natapos po nila yung canvass nila, that National Board of Canvassers will likewise be the one to proclaim the winning President and Vice President. These are the rungs po sa ladder natin as provided under law. Kaya po, nga po ngayon, in-explain po namin, we were explaining why, the reason why we had to suspend the proceedings, why we have to declare a recess. Because there are steps to be made and we don't expect to receive, as of now, any provincial, district, or highly urbanized city certificates of canvass. Hopefully by 1 p.m. tomorrow when we resume our session again, may I just emphasize, we did not postpone. We did not adjourn. There is a continuing session. We just declared a recess for us to resume at 1 p.m. tomorrow, and by then, we will be able to see and canvass those transmitted city, district, and provincial certificates of canvass. Sana po medyo malinaw. Okay lang po, hindi po ako masasawang ipaliwanag yan kahit bukas. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mela.
Thank you very much.
The next will be Nika Hanopol. Miss Nika Hanopol, Bearer Files.
Hi sir, good evening po. Thanks for answering yung questions regarding the VCM. We just want to know po how do the figures compare with the issues you tracked in 2019 when it comes to the VCMs po?
Okay. Just to compare po, VCMs, not too much of a problem in 2019. Why? The VCMs are still relatively new. Nagamit lang po sila noong 2016, pangalawang gamit pa lang po noong 2019. So parang 7 years lang po because these were manufactured around 2015. So by 2019, around 7 years pa lang po sila. Ngayon po, nasa 9 years na ang mga VCMs. And we really expect issues.
Great.
And the proof of that preparation and expectations is that our GI, which incorporate contingency measures, and the separate contingency resolution were promulgated months before. We had anticipated problems. We had anticipated the issues concerned. And that is why we were able to turn around the repair of the VCMs. And that is also the reason why we brought closer to the regions that repair hubs. Dati po kasi nag-iisa lang po ito nandun sa warehouse namin sa Laguna. But right now, we had instituted at least 8 regional hubs. In so far, in anticipating any issues with the SD cards, we had brought down the SD technical repair hubs to the provinces. We have 82 provincial technical hubs which will deal with the SD cards. So mas malapit po at mas mabilis. Based on my experience in 2010, I was in Agusan del Sur. I was the chairman of the provincial boards of canvassers. It took me 2 weeks.
All right, that is the spokesman of the COMELEC, Commission on Elections, explaining the ladderized canvassing that's going to happen. But at the same time, he was saying that they have been receiving results from precincts 32,068 election returns already received. And these are the numbers that we're getting from the COMELEC transparency server, the presidential race. As of 7:17 tonight, Marcos has 958,219 votes. Leni Robredo, 409,608. Number 3 is Pacquiao, 79,688. Isko, number 4, 54,755. Ping Lacson, 26,387. And so on. Number 6 is Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor. I wonder if we do have the VP race results also, but this is what we have so far, again, from the COMELEC transparency server. This is a partial. If this is the COMELEC transparency server, so this is practically the official tally. I am supposing for the presidential race. We do have results for the vice presidential race, and we're going to show it to you right now. Number 1, Sara Duterte, 926,748. Kiko Pangilinan, 262,613. Soto, 241,687. Doc Willie Ong, 55,988. They are followed by Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. So this is as of 7:17 tonight. The source is the COMELEC transparency server. Again, let's look at the presidential race. Bongbong Marcos is in the lead with 958,219 votes. Leni Robredo, 409,608 votes, and so on and so forth. I'm waiting for the numbers to be flashed again. Number 3, Manny Pacquiao, 79,668. Isko Moreno Domagoso, 54,755. Ping Lacson, 26,387. Faisal Mangundato, 4,428. Ernie Abella, 2,943. Leody de Guzman, 2,419. Bert Gonzalez, 2,272. Jose Montemayor, 1,669. This is as of 7:17 tonight. The COMELEC transparency server, if I'm not mistaken, this is based on about 32,000 to 40,000 election returns. There are differences in numbers because it says here as of 7:49 it's 32,000, but it's been updated to 45,475 election returns. But this is what we have so far. So this is BBM in the lead, about 500,000 votes ahead of Leni Robredo. Again, BBM number 1, number 2, Leni Robredo, number 3, Manny Pacquiao, 4th, Isko Domagoso, 5th, Ping Lacson, followed by Mangundato, Abella, de Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. We're also trying to get in touch with PPCRV, and we're going to try and get AC Nichols to give us a report. About 30 minutes ago, we were told that there's nothing yet coming into PPCRV. We don't know yet, but we're going to get that information as soon as that becomes available. Of course, what we're expecting is that while the VCMs are transmitting these election return results to the COMELEC transparency server and the PPCRV, they are also transmitting to the municipal or the city boards of canvassers. And that's where the count for example, if it's the municipal or the city, for the mayor and the vice mayor and the yung mga konsehal, that's where the count for that will happen. And that's where proclamations will happen at that level. It is now 8:33 in the evening, about an hour and a half since the polls closed. Of course, as we saw earlier, like for example, Tristan Nadal's report from Quezon City, some bit of trouble there for about 500 voters who have not yet been able to feed their ballots into the VCM. Some trouble with the VCMs or vote counting machines and the SD cards. Again, as of 7:17 tonight, based on COMELEC's transparency server, Marcos has 958,219 votes. Leni Robredo has 409,608 votes. They're followed by Isko Moreno, Manny Pacquiao, Ping Lacson, and the rest. Of course, we know 10 presidential candidates. Numbers again up on your screens. Number one, Marcos, about more or less 40,000 votes shy of 1 million. Leni Robredo, 409,608 votes. Let's skip to number 5 because that's what's on the screen right now. Ping Lacson, 26,387, followed by Faisal Mangundato, and then Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzales, Jose Montemayor Jr. So that is based on what the COMELEC transparency server is reporting. We are trying to get more information from the field so that we can see what's going on in the city and municipal boards of canvassers. Of course, just like the COMELEC spokesman was explaining, this is a ladderized canvassing that's going to be happening from the city and municipality. They're going to be transmitting the results. If, for example, the city and the municipality is part of a province, they transmit those results to the province. And on the provincial board of canvassers level, that's where they're going to be canvassing the city and municipal COCs so that they can find out who the winners are in the races for the in the congressional and the gubernatorial and vice gubernatorial races. Pati na rin yung mga bokal or the provincial board members. Again, we're going to show it to you full screen. COMELEC's transparency server results as of 7:17 tonight. That is more than an hour ago already. Bongbong Marcos is 958,000. All right. Okay, this is as of 8:02. This is how fast things are going. 12,065,875 for Bongbong Marcos. Leni Robredo, 5,756,125. Manny Pacquiao, 957,851. Isko Moreno, 874,188. Ping Lacson, 407,652. Faisal Mangundato, 45,238. Ernie Abella, 34,244. Leody de Guzman, 32,316. Bert Gonzales, 26,688. And Jose Montemayor, 20,667. 12 million ang 12 million plus ang boto na ngayon ni BBM. Leni, 5.7 million. Pacquiao, about 40,000 or so votes shy of 1 million. 874,000 plus for Isko Domagoso. Ping Lacson, 407,000 plus. 45,000 plus for Faisal Mangundato. Ernie Abella, 34,000 plus. 32,000 plus for Leody de Guzman. 28,000 plus for Bert Gonzales. Jose Montemayor, 20,667. This is how fast things are going, so we are expecting this is as of 8:02. It is now 8:37. So it's about 35 minutes since these numbers came up, and we're thinking that we may be getting even more updates. All right, we're getting word that more than 50% of the election returns have been successfully transmitted. And that is as of 8:30 tonight. That is just 7 minutes ago. And we are waiting for a change in these figures. But again, you can see it. This is a full screen graphic so that it's very clear to all of you. Marcos has 12,065,875 votes. Leni Robredo, 5,756,125. Pacquiao, Manny, 957,851. Sorry, 957,851. Isko Moreno, 874,188. Ping Lacson, 407,652. Faisal Mangundato, 45,238. Abelia, 34,244. Leody de Guzman, 32,316. 28,688 for Bert Gonzalez. Jose Montemayor has 20,667. We're going to try and pull up the VP numbers as of 8:17 in the evening. That is about 21 minutes ago. Do we have that already, the VP numbers? Because as of 7:17 earlier, it was Sara Duterte in the lead, but we're waiting for that right now. So this is COMELEC Transparency Server. 8:17 p.m. Marcos, 15,339,878. Leni Robredo, 7,288,834. Manny Pacquiao, 1,262,192. Isko Moreno, 1,063,656. Ping Lacson, 505,265. Faisal Mangundato, 57,952. Ernie Abelia, 44,677. Leody de Guzman, 41,321. Bert Gonzalez, 37,224. Jose Montemayor, 26,485. This is based on the COMELEC Transparency Server. More than 50% of the election returns transmitted successfully. This is a partial unofficial tally as of 8:17 tonight. That is about 25 minutes ago. We're expecting numbers to come in very soon in the next few minutes, but you can all see what's going on. At the same time, we're trying also to find out what is going on in PPCRV because they're supposed to be getting the same numbers as well. The PPCRV is getting the same ERs that the COMELEC Transparency Server is getting. They're supposed to be seeing these same numbers, and we want to see if that is the case in PPCRV. Our AC Nichols is standing by there, and we're waiting for a report from her. At the same time, we're waiting for more information from COMELEC as to what is going on because earlier we did see several of our reports coming in from the field, some problems with some vote counting machines, some VCMs, some SD cards. Earlier doon sa Quezon City, about 500 or so voters affected. And there are other reports coming in from different areas all around the country about some problems with some VCMs and SD cards. Kanina lang sinasabi na nga ng COMELEC doon sa briefing nila about 30 minutes ago, naggagawa nila ng paraan ito lahat para walang ma-disenfranchise na botante. Now, as you can all see, the COMELEC Transparency Server is reporting already this as of 8:17 in the evening. And the Marcos, the BBM, Sara Duterte tandem has taken this early lead in the race, in this presidential and vice presidential race for 2022. Bongbong Marcos has again 15,339,878 votes. Leni Robredo, 7,288,834. Manny Pacquiao has 1,262,192. Isko Moreno, 1,063,656. And Ping Lacson has 505,265. This is, of course, live. This is real time. As the numbers are coming into the COMELEC Transparency Server, these are the numbers that are reflected right now in the COMELEC Transparency Server. That is what you are seeing on your screens. This is the senatorial race as of 8:17 tonight. Robin Padilla. Wait, why is the picture like that? Is that him? All right, anyway, Robin Padilla has... All right, balikan na lang natin yung VP race muna, no? So, Sara Duterte, as of 8:17, Sara Duterte still in the lead, 14,973,051 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, some 10 million votes behind with 4,632,451 votes. Tito Soto, 4,197,511 votes. Doc Willie Ong, 1,083,423 votes. Lito Atienza, 106,280 votes. Manny Lopez, 58,623. Walden Bello, 41,593. Carlos Serapio, 34,835, and Lito David with 21,250 votes. A while ago, we were flashing the senatorial race results as of also 8:17 in the evening. We're going to bring that up for you in just a bit. Now, of course, it is 8:43 in the evening. The numbers are coming in live and very quickly and real time. So please do expect in the next few hours that there may be concessions from any one of these candidates, well, especially those in the lower ranking candidates. And we're also, binabantayan din po natin yung mga local races all over the country, with, the more interesting ones, of course, and all the local races. And as we said a while ago, while this count is going on at the local level, yung mga ERs tinatransmit din mula sa mga presinto doon sa mga Municipal Board of Canvassers at sa City Board of Canvassers para makapag-proclaim din po sila ng kanilang mga municipal mayors and or city mayors, vice mayors, municipal vice mayors or city vice mayors at pati yung mga konsehala or mga konsehal or city councilors. Okay, vice presidential race as of 8:17 tonight, 14,973,051 votes for Sara Duterte. Kiko Pangilinan, about 10 million votes behind with 4,632,451. Tito Soto, 4,197,511. Doc Willie Ong, 1,083,423. Lito Atienza, 106,280. And they're followed by Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. We're going to bring up the senatorial race results as of also 8:17. Yes, as of 8:17 this evening, Robin Padilla with 12,491,886 votes. Lauren Legarda, 12,237,106 votes. Raffy Tulfo, 11,718,657 votes. Win Gatchalian, 10,511,221 votes. Cheese Escudero, alright, ang bilis. Mas mabilis ang graphics natin kesa sa sarili ko. Well, Cheese Escudero was number 5. So we're gonna have to skip, no? Hindi ko na nabasa yung numbers 6 to 10, but number 11 and 12 are the brothers Ejercito, JV and Jinggoy. Number 13 is Herbert Bautista. Jojo Binay, former vice president, 6,527,000 votes. So balikan po natin yung top 10, no? So kanina nabasa ko na Padilla, Legarda, Tulfo, Gatchalian, Escudero. Number 6, Mark Villar. The son, of course, of former Speaker Manny Villar. Manny Villar ran for president in 2010. And the Nationalista Party, by the way, has the 6th copy of the election return. Mark Villar has 9,702,505 votes. DPWH Secretary. Naku, ang bilis. Ganon, kung ganong kabilis ang graphics, ganong kabilis ang bilangan ng boto sa Comlec Transparency Server. Anyway, sige, bilisan na lang din natin. So, JV Ejercito, number 11. Number 12, Jinggoy Estrada. Herbert Bautista, number 13. Binay, 14. 15, Gibo Teodoro. He ran in 2010 for president. Guillermo Eleazar in number 16. All right, number 1, Padilla, Legarda, Tulfo, Gatchalian, Escudero. Mark Villar, number 6. Alan Peter Cayetano, 9.5 million votes. Joel Villanueva, 9.53 million votes. Mig Zubiri, 9,191,041 votes. Risa Ontiveros, 8,012,822 votes. Let's go to number 11 and 12. Earlier, nakita po ninyo yung magkapatid na Ejercito Estrada, si JV, number 11, 7.9 million votes. Jinggoy Estrada, 7.2 million votes. In number 12. I know some of you may be complaining, no? We will be reading the complete votes out in just a bit. Number 13, Herbert Bautista, 6,675,901 votes. Binay, 6,527,106 votes, followed by Teodoro Eleazar, Diokno Chel, Diokno, Harry Roque, and Greg Onasan Grego Nasan. All right. So again, 8:17 p.m., Comlec Transparency Server ang basihan po nito. This is the senatorial race. Kanina ang sabi, 50% of the election returns are in. Robin Padilla, Lauren Legarda, Rafi Tulfo, Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, etc. Hindi ko na mabasa. Number 11, JV Ejercito Estrada, Jinggoy Estrada, number 12. 13, Herbert Bautista. 14, Jojo Binay, Gibo Teodoro, 6.4 million. Balikan po natin ang presidential race. As of, still 8:17. So Marcos, 15,339,878. Lenny Robredo, 7,288,834. Manny Pacquiao, 1,262,192. Isko Moreno Domagoso, 1,063,656. Ping Lacson, 505,265. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, Jose Montemayor Jr. Usap-usapan in the days leading up to the election, the surveys, whether it was Octa Research, Pulse Asia, Lilo, etc. All those surveys showing, in a way, showing these numbers. But we're going to get some analysts to talk to us about that. In the meantime, we're going to go very quickly to the vice presidential race as of 8:17 tonight. Sara Duterte, 14,973,051 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 4,632,451 votes. Tito Soto, 4,197,511 votes. Doc Willie Ong, 1,083,423. Lito Atienza, 106,280. They're followed by Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. Earlier, of course, Lito David had said that he was going to be supporting other candidates. This is the VP race. Earlier, you saw the presidential race and the senatorial race as of 8:17 tonight. This is all based on election returns that are coming in to the Comlec Transparency Server. This is live. This is real time. Just as you're seeing the votes, they're coming in very, very quickly. And it is only 8:50 tonight, just an hour and 15 minutes since a majority of the polls closed all around the country. Polls closed, of course, at 7 o'clock this evening, although, yes, we have been receiving a lot of reports about problems with the VCMs and SD cards. Now, another thing that we're going to be looking out for is voter turnout. What is it going to be? Because in 2019, it was a midterm election, 81% ang voter turnout. Kanina, sinabi ni Dean Tony Lavinia na ang tingin niya mataas ang voter turnout ngayon, and in spite of the fact that we have a pandemic. We're also going to be looking at yung fill-up rate, yung tinatawag na fill-up rate for senators, no? Not everybody votes for 12 senators. Kadalasan daw in all, history has shown people usually just vote for 7 to 8 senators. At the same time, we're also going to looking at how the numbers right now, the votes right now are reflecting or not reflecting what the surveys have said in the last few months. We're going to be looking at local races also, whether they are for mayor or for congressman or for governor. We're also going to looking at Lenny Robredo's numbers, because in 2016, when she ran for vice president, she had 14.4 million votes. That was 35% of the votes. BBM, of course, 14.15 million votes. And we need to see now, is she going to top that number? Is she going to go over the 14 million in this race for the presidency? We're also going to be looking at how these candidates did in their hometowns. For example, we look at BBM, how did he do in Ilocos Norte, Region 1, 2, and CAR or Cordillera, NCR? How did Lenny do in Naga, Camarines Sur, in Bicol? How did Isko do in NCR, in the city of Manila? How did Ping Lacson do in Cavite, in Region 4A? In 2004, when Ping Lacson ran for president, he was number 1 in Cavite, his home province, with 347,000 plus votes. How did Manny Pacquiao do in General Santos City? Also, we're going to be waiting for other information that are going to be coming in. We'd like to find out more about what's going on in the local races. Tonight, dapat meron nang napoproklama doon sa mga local levels. Babalikan po natin itong as of 8:17 p.m. Based on the Comlec Transparency Server, 15,339,878 votes, for Bongbong Marcos and Leni Robredo, 7,288,834. Manny Pacquiao, 1,262,192. 1,063,656 for Isko Moreno, and Ping Lacson, 505,265. They're followed by Mangundato, Abella de Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. This is as of 8:17 this evening, about 40 minutes ago. We're expecting newer numbers in just a bit. Now, CNN Philippines, your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute, and in-depth coverage of today's very historic vote. Stay tuned. Be right back. You're watching the CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. It is 9 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours after the polls have closed in most of the precincts nationwide. This is the latest result as of 8:32 p.m. That's about 28 minutes ago. This is based on results from the COMELEC transparency server. Marcos has 17,541,799 votes. Leni Robredo has 8,311,501 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 1,486,592. Isko Moreno, 1,188,776 votes. Ping Lacson, 567,761. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor Jr. In the vice presidential race, as of 8:32 p.m. also, again, based on the COMELEC transparency server, this is live, real-time numbers. Sara Duterte has 17,155,745 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 5,276,161 votes. Tito Soto, 4,783,190 votes. Willie Ong, 1,209,536 votes. Lito Atienza has 123,410 votes. They're followed by Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. We're going to go now to Rex Remito. He's standing by live in the BBM Sara Duterte headquarters here in Mandaluyong. Rex, what is going on there?
Well, the Marcos camp says they have received reports that the votes of some of their supporters were allegedly credited to his rival Vice President Leni Robredo. They have yet to be verified, however, if these were intentional or due to human error. The camp said a supporter in Narvacan, Ilocos Sur, voted Marcos for president on his ballot. But after inserting his ballot through the vote counting machine, it was supposedly credited to Robredo, as allegedly shown by the printed receipt.
Rex? Rex?
Well, yes, Pia.
Yeah. Well, meron ba silang reaction, no? Because the COMELEC transparency server is showing BBM with 17.5 million votes and Lenny Robredo trailing with 8.3 million. May sinabi na ba sila about this?
Well, so far they have yet to release a statement, but a while ago, Attorney Rodriguez has said that they're closely monitoring the transmission of results from the precinct level, and they're also saying that they're taking everything with, quote, guarded optimism. And Rodriguez also believes that the high turnout has benefited Marcos. Pia.
All right, so like you said, no, they haven't released the statement and guarded optimism, but what is the mood like there? Because I can see behind you, there's a glass door, so you can see through it. What are they doing? You know, what are their facial expressions? What do they, you know? Parang ano yung mood?
Well, so far, this is the area designated for the media covering the Marcos campaign. They also have a transparency some results from the transparency server, and so far everything is on as Marcos said, all hands on deck, and they're not taking anything and everything for granted. And Marcos has also repeatedly said that hindi kami matutulog, or they will not sleep because of what happened in 2016. He's always been saying that he was cheated, although the Supreme Court has junked his electoral protest unanimously by the justices. So so far, that's what's going on here at the Marcos Camp headquarters in Mandaluyong.
Yeah, that's interesting, Rex. You know, you describe it as guarded optimism and hindi sila matutulog. And this is a 9 million vote lead over his closest rival.
Well, Rodriguez has been saying that they have learned their lessons from the 2016 elections. At this time, Marcos was leading by then, although a smaller margin. But since he was suddenly defeated at the end of the canvassing of votes, that's why they will make sure that every vote is counted until the end. Pia.
Well, that's why also what we want to do is find out where these votes are coming from. No? So apart from reporting these big numbers, we want to know saan galing itong mga election returns na ito. No? Because COMELEC is saying that, 42% of the ERs are in already, pero hindi pa natin alam saan ba talaga nagagaling itong mga to. Para, you know, so that things can get clearer. Anyway, Rex and Media, they're reporting from the BBM Sara Duterte headquarters in Mandaluyong. We are still trying to contact Attorney Vic Rodriguez, who is spokesman for Senator Marcos. Although Rex did quote Vic, who said that this is all they view this with guarded optimism at hindi sila matutulog, and they're just waiting for things to unfold. But like we said earlier, this is a 9 million vote lead this early. Just 2 hours after the polls closed. Yes, I did already say that we are trying to speak to Vic Rodriguez, spokesperson for the Marcos camp. Now, again, what we have right now are the results as of 8:32 in the evening, and these are the election returns that have been transmitted to the COMELEC transparency server, and Marcos is in the lead with 17.5 million, or let me read out the entire vote count, 17,541,799 votes. Lenny Robredo has 8,311,501 votes. Pacquiao, 1,486,592. Isko Moreno, 1,188,776. Ping Lacson, 567,761. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. We do have the vice presidential numbers also. This is, of course, a partial, unofficial COMELEC tally. Again, like we said, and it's very clear up there, COMELEC transparency server ang basis po natin dito. The vice presidential race, it is still Sara Duterte in the lead with 17,155,745 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 5,276,161, about 12 million votes behind. Tito Soto, 4,783,190 votes. Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carla Serapio, and Lito David follow. Anjo Alimario is standing by live in Naga, the home base of Vice President Leni Robredo. Let's see what the mood is like there. Anjo, can you hear me? Anjo?
Hi, Pia. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. So what's going on there? They can see the numbers, right? A 9 million vote lead of BBM over Leni.
That's right, Pia. And of course, it's interesting to find out where is Robredo right now. And of course, as far as we know, she's still at her house in Magarao. That's a 20-minute drive from here in Naga City. And we're actually here at the media center, of course, monitoring developments tonight. And we're told that her spokesperson, Barry Gutierrez, will be here to accommodate questions from the media. But the initial information that we have is that we don't expect any briefing tonight, but how things are unfolding tonight, of course, that will ultimately change tonight. So we're still waiting any official word or statement from Leni Robredo's camp with this development, with more than 50% of votes coming in. Again, we don't have any official word or statement yet from Robredo's camp. And of course, earlier, when she voted in Magarao, she had to wait in line for 2 hours just to cast her ballot at Karangkang Elementary School in Magarao. No special treatment was given to her. Instead, she joined fellow voters who patiently waited in line. And after voting, Robredo said she was happy that the campaign period is over and that she was given the opportunity to do what she had to do without resorting to dirty tactics. And it was a long, exhausting 90-day campaign journey for Robredo and running mate Senator Kiko Pangilinan. And as Robredo said, she gave it her all. She tried to visit as many places as possible, making her one of the busiest presidential bets. And she said she's proud that they've achieved so much more than they expected during the campaign. Now, on the reports earlier of malfunctioning vote counting machines and election-related violence, Robredo says this is disturbing. However, she pointed out that the integrity of the elections shouldn't be tainted with these incidents, but she issued an appeal to authorities that they should show that they are on top of the situation. Now, for her part, the COMELEC has put up, or Robredo's camp has put up a hotline for all types of complaints. Her lawyers are on standby. Now, after voting Pia earlier, Robredo's back to her normal life, to her normal routine. She and her daughters had kinalas for lunch, and they even proceeded to Amang Hinulid to pray as she went there to the same chapel when she made the life-changing decision to run for president. Again, Pia, we're still waiting for official word or statement from Robredo herself or from her spokesperson, Attorney Barry Gutierrez, with this development. Of course, more than 50% of votes coming in, Pia.
Yeah, Anjo, as a matter of fact, while you're still joining us live, we have the latest numbers as of 8:47 p.m. and this is 18.9 million votes for BBM and Leni has 8.9 million. More clearly, 8,979,607 votes. And I'm sure, Anjo, yung mga tao ni Leni sa kampanya, tinitingnan nila, no, saan galing mga boto. Hindi lang saan galing mga boto, pero saan pa pwedeng manggaling ang iba pang boto na kakailanganin niya kung mananalo siya dito. Para lang manalo siya dito. Anyway, Anjo Limario will get back to you when there is a word from the Leni campaign. By the way, a while ago, so we're showing it to you right now, no, as of 8:47 p.m. Again, this is from the COMELEC transparency server. COMELEC numbers na po ito, live in real time. 18,975,119 votes for BBM In 2016, nung tumakbo si Digong, si President Duterte, 16.6 million votes, and he got 39.02% of the vote at the time. So far, this is the highest number of votes, and hindi pa po tayo tapos sa bilangan. This is the highest number of votes so far for a presidential candidate. Now, as you can see on your screens, of course, after Lenny Robredo, number 2, Manny Pacquiao is number 3, followed by Isko Moreno and Ping Lacson, and the rest follow. This is the VP race as of 8:47 p.m. 18,588,524 votes for Sara Duterte. 13 million votes or so behind si Kiko Pangilinan, Lenny's running mate, with 5,696,594 votes. Tito Soto, 5,160,984 votes. They're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. Mamaya pala, around 12 midnight or so, we're going to have Edwin Lasherdic here. Last Friday, he was on the show on news.ph, and he was explaining to us the numbers na kakailanganin, how much BBM has to get para siya ang manalo presidente. And then, we were comparing numbers. He will be here later, and pag-uusapan natin ito, how much percentage of the votes ang makukuha ni Marcos. But you can see the VP race up on your screens. And now we're showing you the senatorial race. Robin Padilla is number 1 with 15,505,086 votes. Lauren Legarda, number 2, 15,043,375 votes. Raffy Tulfo, 14,420,355 votes. They're followed by Gatchalian, Escudero, Villar, Cayetano, Villanueva, Zubiri, Ontiveros, on to number 11 and 12. And I think it's still, yes, the Estrada Ejercito brothers, JV and Jinggoy at number 11 and 12. Herbert Bautista, number 13. Jojo Binay, former vice president, at number 14. Guibo Teodoro, former defense secretary to former President Gloria Arroyo, at number 15. He ran for president in 2010, by the way, of course, didn't make it. 7.9 million votes. Followed by Eleazar, Harry Roque, Shell Diokno, Greg Onasan, and Larry Gadon. Again, yeah, all right, this is still the senatorial race. And number 1 is actor and entertainer Robin Padilla, followed by Legarda, Tulfo, Gatchalian, Escudero, Villar, Cayetano, Villanueva, Zubiri, Ontiveros, and the Ejercito Estrada brothers, Jinggoy and JV. Number 13 is Herbert Bautista. Of course, the rankings will change. Things are still fluid, but like we said, this is about 50% of the election returns that are being reported. This is as of 8:47 in the evening. Again, we're showing you the presidential race numbers. 18,975,119 votes for Bongbong Marcos. And he did this even without attending any of the debates except for the SMNI debates. He gave very few interviews, did not give in to requests for so-called ambush interviews with Marcos campaign beat reporters. Lenny Robredo is about 9 million votes behind him with 8,979,607 votes. She did say back in January when I interviewed her, I asked her if she wanted BBM disqualified or if she wanted to beat him in an election. And she said, and I quote, "Mas gusto ko na talunin ko siya sa eleksyon." Now, number 3, Manny Pacquiao. 4, Isko Moreno. Number 5, Ping Lacson. And then they're followed by Mangondato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. All right, we're also waiting for Comelec to tell us, well, it may take a while, no, para malaman natin kung ano ba yung turnout. That's very important because in 2019, turnout was 81%. In 2016, 84% or so. But this will be interesting to find out because we are in the middle of a pandemic. At the same time, there's a lot of interest, very, very intense interest in this election. And, a lot of tension a lot of conflict also. And many of you who are watching know this in a very personal way because you've been unfriended or you've unfriended someone or you're not speaking to someone anymore because he or she decided to vote or campaign for another candidate that you don't agree with. This has become this is not just a political exercise. This has become a very personal exercise. And we're seeing the numbers from this exercise on your screens. As of 8:47 p.m., again, COMELEC transparency server numbers. This is about 50% of election returns, as we're told by COMELEC. 18,975,119 votes for Marcos. Robredo has 8,979,607 votes. Pacquiao has 1,639,535 votes. They're followed by Moreno, Lacson, Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Now, these numbers are coming from COMELEC, and we wanted to bring in our COMELEC reporter, Melissa Lopez, to tell us more. Mel?
Pia, that's right. Voting has closed for the 106,174 voting precincts nationwide. And yes, as you were saying earlier, COMELEC is expecting this could be another record year for a voting turnout, considering the crowds, the long lines, the very long lines we saw for most of the day. Now, amid mounting complaints about faulty vote counting machines across precincts, COMELEC counts a little over 500 machines were defective and more than 100 of these have been repaired. Now, COMELEC acknowledges that voters have the right to decide to wait, to stay in their precincts, and want to see personally that they feed their accomplished ballots to the machine. But as earlier told, COMELEC would also advise them against it because it's also a concern regarding social distancing. Masyadong napupuno ang mga presinto, and it's also a cause for concern because we are still in the middle of a pandemic. Now, still, COMELEC says the derailment is minimal. The 533 vote counting machines which conked out earlier today is just 0.5% of the total. Now, there was no extension of voting hours as well, although COMELEC acting spokesperson Rex Laudianco says all voters who made it to the voting centers before the clock struck 7 o'clock can cast their ballots, even it's beyond the official voting hours. So now it's been about over 2 hours, so most of those who are still in line when the voting closed probably is finishing their shading their ballots and feeding them into the machines. The focus now shifts to transmission and canvassing of results. Just before we went to air, the COMELEC's transmission results tracker shows we have passed the 60% mark in terms of election returns. And overseas votes are also trickling in as well, according to the COMELEC's website. As you can see, the transparency server is picking up quite fast, and that also matches the pace of transmission that we've seen over the past 2 hours. Pia.
All right, Melissa Lopez there reporting from the COMELEC. Vic Rodriguez, spokesperson of Senator Bongbong Marcos, is ready on Zoom. He's on Zoom. Hi, Attorney Vic.
Hi, Pia. Good evening to all your viewers, and thank you for your inviting me.
Yes, okay. Attorney Vic, are you in the Mandaluyong headquarters?
Yes, I am. Pia, nandito ako nagmo-monitor nung ginagawang partial and unofficial transmission of election results.
Yes, before we talk about those results showing former Senator Marcos with a very big lead, I just wanted to ask, where is he? Is he there right now in HQ, or is he at home?
No, he is somewhere in NCR, Pia, monitoring also itong nagaganap na bilangan.
Mm-hmm. What has he said so far?
Wala, nagmo-monitor lang at yun nga, inaantabayanan. As for your reporter, 60% of the clustered precincts ang natatransmit na. So we're hoping that the transparency server, the transmission will pick up further para sabay sila nung COMELEC central server.
As of 8:47 p.m., Attorney Vic, 18.9 million ang boto na ni BBM, and Leni Robredo is trailing him, as we can see, with about 8.9 million votes. Kanina, sabi ni Rex Remitio, who was reporting from outside, just outside your HQ, na hindi daw muna kayo matutulog dahil medyo naalala ninyo yung nangyari noong 2016. At the same time, there is guarded optimism. Is this accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, Tia. We're still on guarded optimism. At hindi rin naman kami magpapahinga hanggat hindi na stabilize itong ginagawang transmission of the election results from the precinct level. And umaasa kami na magtutuloy-tuloy itong ganitong resulta.
Is Senator Marcos going to be making a statement or holding a press conference, or kahit magsalita lang siya tonight? It's only 9:23 in the evening. Are we going to hear from him tonight?
Hindi pa namin napapag-usapan. Inaantay pa natin na umangat pa nga itong porsyento ng mga clustered precincts transmitted, at nakamonitor din naman si Presidential Frontrunner Bongbong Marcos dito sa nagaganap na bilangan.
Even if you are viewing this all with guarded optimism, Attorney Vic, are you and your principal confident of victory?
We have always been confident of what we're doing, but yun nga, we are never complacent, at walang kasiguruhan ito dahil ang kabilin-bilinan mismo ni Bongbong Marcos is let us not look beyond May 9. And we are still in May 9, at although very encouraging yung mga transmisyong nagaganap, we are under express instruction from him not to lose our focus, magbantay tayo, at let's not look beyond May 9.
So far the votes 18.9 million. Kanina ang sabi ko na nga, I wanted to know where all these votes are coming from, no? Because this is just like one number. We wanted to see saang mga ERs ito, saang mga presinto ito, what provinces, what cities, what municipalities. Do you have any idea, do you have any reports from the field or on the ground to show that?
Multiple na yung pumapasok eh. May Abra, may Quezon, may Eastern Samar, may Northern Samar. So tuloy-tuloy din, at tinitingnan din naman namin yung if there will be a drill down on saan galing yung mga botong pumapasok, not just for Presidential Frontrunner Bongbong Marcos, but for all other candidates. So we can have a better analysis of what's happening and the progress of the transmission.
Attorney Vic, while we are speaking to you, we are showing the viewers, and to you also. I hope you can see this. As of 9:02 p.m., these are the latest numbers. Your principal, Bongbong Marcos, has 20,084,651 votes. Leni Robredo is 9,492,702 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 1,766,290 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,330,008 votes. Ping Lacson, 636,590 votes, followed by Mangundato, Abelia de Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. What can you say now, Attorney Vic? 20 million votes, about 11 million or so, no, a little less than 11 million votes ahead of Leni Robredo.
Well, as we have all been saying, it's not over till it's over, Pia. And antayin pa natin ng kaunti siguro. At sana magtuloy-tuloy yung ganitong resulta.
What is Senator Marcos going to do when the numbers get even clearer? It is 9:26 in the evening. In about an hour or an hour and a half or so, we expect that mas malaki pa tong numero nito. What is he going to do next?
We will still have to talk about what to do next. Again, we are looking at the percentage of the transmission that's happening now. And it all depends on the amount, or rather the figure transmitted at kung gaano na itong mga numerong naka-flash ngayon sa inyong screen, Pia.
Can you give us more information, I know you said that nasa May 9 pa lang kayo, no? well, it is still May 9. It's just that it just feels like a very, very long day for the entire country, no? But moving forward, because, for example, no, your campaign theme is unity, no? Moving forward, if these numbers hold and if in the end he is the winner, what is going to happen next?
We have to wait, Pia. I know you understand, and yun lang, we have to wait some more. And for the moment, I hope you will excuse us if we will try to decline answering hypothetical question at the moment.
Alright, sige, antayin na lang din natin, Attorney Vic, no, when Senator Marcos decides to hold a press conference or make a statement. I'm sure we will hear from him tonight or tomorrow morning. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Attorney Vic Rodriguez, spokesman for Bongbong Marcos and the BBM Sara Duterte campaign. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Pia, and good evening.
All right. That was Attorney Vic Rodriguez, again, reiterating what Rex Amicho had said earlier, guarded optimism. Ang sabi niya, nasa May 9 pa rin sila, and they don't want to think about what's going to happen next. They'd like to wait, saying that this isn't over until it's over. But the numbers are showing a clear lead by BBM with 20 plus million votes, way ahead of Leni Robredo, who has 9.4 million votes. And we can see Manny Pacquiao is coming in a far third after Leni with 1.7 million votes. Isko Moreno has 1.3 million votes. Ping Lacson, 636,000 plus votes. And then they're followed by Maundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Now, the vice presidential race, Sara Duterte, number one, still. I think we're going to bring up those numbers in just a bit. She has 19,706,564 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 6,070,896 votes. Tito Soto, 5,450,787. Followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. So a while ago, we were talking to Vic Rodriguez. He said also that BBM is somewhere in NCR, and he's just watching the results. Kanina, kausap din natin si Anjo Limario. Sabi ni Anjo in Naga na si Leni Robredo nasa bahay niya sa Magarao, sa Camarines Sur. We're also trying to track all the other candidates because on election night, there is such a thing as concessions, no? The candidates, and when the numbers are much clearer, the candidates who are lagging in the rankings will eventually be conceding. So we're going to be magbabantay po tayo doon, no? There will be some movement in that regard. If not tonight, late tonight, perhaps early tomorrow morning. So again, we're showing you the latest figures as of 9:02 in the evening. That is just about 28 minutes ago. We've shown you the presidential and VP races. Let's look at the senatorial race. Number one pa rin, si Robin Padilla, 16.4 million votes. Lauren Legarda, number two. Tulfo, 15.2 million votes at number three. Number four, Gatchalian. Number five, Escudero. 6, Villar. Cayetano, 7. Number 8, Villanueva. Number 9, Zubiri. Number 10, Ontiveros. And number 11 and 12, I think it's still, the Ejercito Estrada brothers, JV and Jinggoy. Still Herbert Bautista in number 13. Jojo Binay, former vice president, 8.5 million votes at number 14. Gilbert Teodoro, 8.3 million votes. At a certain point in time, I don't know if you guys remember this, yun ang pinag-uusapan, a Sara Duterte-Gibo Teodoro tandem. General Guillermo Eleazar, former PNP chief, with 7.7 million votes at number 16, followed by all the others in this senatorial race. Again, this is as of 9:02 p.m. live real-time numbers. Comlec is saying that they have in their server 42.83% of election returns. With guarded optimism, of course, like Attorney Vic was saying, because anything can still happen. Marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Something could change. We really never know. But these are the latest numbers, and the leads are quite wide, quite big, quite huge between BBM and Leni Robredo and Sara Duterte and Kiko Pangilinan. Now, again, these are the latest numbers as of 9:02 p.m. They're coming in, hindi talaga trickles. No? It's like a tsunami, like a tidal wave of election return results. And this is how quickly things are going in this presidential and VP race, this race for national positions. So again, as of 9:02 p.m., 20,084,651 votes for Marcos at number 1. For Robredo, 9,492,702 votes at number 2. For Manny Pacquiao, 1,766,290 votes. And then followed by Moreno, Lacson, Mandato Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. We were expecting that the PPCRV count would come up first before COMELEC started reporting out these numbers, but there's been a little bit of a different experience. We have on the line now senatorial candidate JV Ejercito. JV, hi. Senator JV, hi.
Yes, hi Pia. Good evening to everyone, to the viewers of
JV, what we're showing you, COMELEC transparency server numbers, no? You are number 11 so far, followed by your half-brother Jinggoy at number 12. Your thoughts on this?
Well, Pia, from the very start, because of the circumstances I'm in, it was really an uphill battle, no? From the start, I knew that it's going to be a difficult campaign because I'm campaigning alone most of the time. I'm running as an independent. I don't have a big crowd, just like the other candidates in the main presidential teams. Also, I lack fun because I just ran in 2019. And, I'm also running simultaneously with my brother. But, Pia, given the circumstances, I'm still thankful that I'm in the winning circle. I think it's a sort of a miracle, no? That I made it this far, given the situation that I'm in.
JV, so right now you're number 11, pero we all know, di ba, pag number 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, parang minsan nagpapalit pa ng pwesto, hindi ba? So there is that danger, no, na baka biglang mag-drop ka or something. Ano bang mangyari dito?
Well, I don't know. I'm just praying. Kapit lang. But we've been monitoring. I have a comfortable lead to the number 13. So, and I'm only a few thousands behind number 10. So I'm hoping that the ranking will improve so that I'll have peace of mind. So yeah, I'm very optimistic that I have a good chance of making it this time.
So wala ka pang peace of mind at this moment, ano?
Oh yes, definitely. Bawal nga matulog daw eh.
Oo nga eh. Well, yan din ang sabi ni Attorney Vic kanina, no, kausap ko. If both you and Jinggoy make it, no, what's it gonna be like? Mag-uusap ba kayo? Magpapansinan ba kayo sa Senado?
We'll see. We'll how it goes, no? What is more important, more than the sibling, this issue of sibling rivalry, I have a mission to fulfill. That is to pick up where I left off. Pia, I really want to oversee and prioritize yung universal healthcare law, no? So that it will be implemented properly. So that is really my main goal. And the others that I have also, the other issues, no, that I have started. I hope to continue what I have started during my term as senator.
Health, most important issue to you, but you did also mention sibling rivalry. Speaking of siblings, no, if Alan makes it, Alan Cayetano, and he is number 7 right now, as the numbers show, no, as of 9:02 p.m. His sister Pia is there. If Mark Villar makes it, his mother Cynthia is there in the Senate also. Ang daming mga family. Relatives, no, na magsasama-sama doon sa Senado. What kind of a message does this send to people, no, that you have relatives, very close relatives, occupying Senate seats in the Senate?
Well, actually, Pia, I really had second thoughts of running, no, for this election, because I really am. I supported anti-political dynasty when it was proposed, although it didn't make it. Kasi medyo nakakahiya din talaga eh. But Pia, I weighed, no? I weighed everything. I think I still have a mission to fulfill more than the family issue. I think I just have to fulfill. I just have to finish it. As the principal author of landmark legislations, that Universal Healthcare Law and Department of Human Settlements, the wisdom of the principal sponsor will be very helpful, especially in these early stages of implementation. So I think more than the family or the dynasty issue, I gave importance and gave weight more to the job that has to be done.
Okay, but of course, everybody thinks of that, no, when they see the Senate race, because nga, well, all these blood ties. But anyway, okay. So Senator JV, kanina sabi mo hindi ka matutulog. Talaga bang hindi ka matutulog? You're going to wait for the...
Because during 2019, when I was in the top 12, when I slept, when I woke up, I was already out of the winning circle. So I'm not going to sleep anymore tonight. I learned my lessons already.
Okay, sige. All right, thank you so much, former Senator and senatorial candidate JV Ejercito. Like we were saying, he is number 12 so far in this senatorial race as of 9:02 p.m. Based on results from the COMELEC transparency server, his half-brother Jinggoy is at number 12. We have still the same numbers at 9:02 p.m. As of 9:02 p.m., as you can see, the senatorial race. I won't read the votes anymore, pero basahin ko na lang yung mga pangalan. Number 1, Padilla, 2, Legarda, 3, Tulfo, 4, Gatchalian, 5, Escudero, 6, Villar, 7, Cayetano, 8, Villanueva, Zubiri, 9, Ontiveros, 10, and 11 and 12. As we were explaining a while ago, the brothers Ejercito Estrada, Jinggoy, and JV. Number 3 is about 13, Herbert Bautista, and so on. We're going to have to take a very quick break. Our election night coverage continues when we return. Stay with us. This is Election Night on CNN Philippines, special coverage, the day the Filipino votes, May 9, 2022. We have the latest partial, unofficial COMELEC tally as of 9:17 p.m. That is just about 30 minutes or so ago. 20,978,083 votes for Marcos. Robredo has 9,921,820. Manny Pacquiao, 1,879,407. Isko Moreno, 1,378,744. Ping Lacson, 660,178. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. We're going to go through the VP race also. Sara Duterte in number 1. Are we showing the VP race now or mamaya na lang? Or pag-usapan na muna natin itong presidential race with our longtime political analyst, Richard Hidarin. Hi, Richard.
Hello, surprise, surprise. My co-anchor.
Ngiting-ngiti ka ngayon. What's the smile for?
Preparation is a good thing. I think our discussions over the past 2 months were, preparation. Yeah.
Preparation, leading to this point.
Not to be surprised by what I believe was not totally surprising, right? I mean, Marcos already beat his own record, was barely 14 million back in 2016. I think the question for me is if Leni is an upward trajectory, if she has a political future, I think the best thing she can do today is to at least beat her 14 million to make sure she's holding on.
Yeah, 14 million in 2016.
2016 and probably expanding her base. So I think those are the things I'm watching out. But I think the trajectory is pretty clear. And we're seeing a lot of overlap, not only between this and the surveys, but also numbers that Sara and Bongbong Marcos are getting. It's like almost the same people are voting for both. So it seems the unit team has been really crystallized throughout the past months or so. But it seems the VP race is even more lopsided if you look at it. So even though Marcos has slightly more votes than Sara, Sara even has more.
She's so way ahead of...
Yes. And I I attended 2 meeting de avances. If I only had helicopters, I would have attended all
Which
of them.
ones? So Lenny's?
Lenny's and Marcos. So I was able to attend both. And no offense to anyone, but when Sarah was coming out, the cheer she was getting, the excitement was really something else, right? So I think really Sara Duterte is the linchpin of the incoming order and administration.
What incoming order?
I mean, yeah, because I think a Sara Marcos tandem, if ever that becomes, I think it's a harbinger of a totally new order, new political order, including potentially a new constitution, which brings me to the Senate race, because I think the breakout star is Robin Padilla. The good thing is, finally, we'll have, after a long time, a Muslim, a person of Muslim persuasion in the Senate. I think that's a good thing for the pluralism. I know that Senatoriable Padilla is very strong on the issue of federalism. We have had exchanges on Facebook back in the day. He tagged me and all.
So you're friends now, okay?
Maybe. I mean, let's see how well it does. But so I think that's a surprising. But Pia, I'm not totally surprised with the relatively surprising result with the Senate, because in 2016, no one also saw Villanueva doing so well in 2016. I think a lot of us were surprised by that. And now I think Robin Padilla is doing what Villanueva did back in 2016, doing very well in this race. And if you look at it so far, as we projected months ago, it looks like Rizzo Antiveros is the most competitive candidate as far as the opposition is concerned. And what's interesting is Rizzo Antiveros is actually the more progressive candidate compared to other opposition candidates. So probably that says also something about the lay of the land. People want something more radical, whether to the right or to the left of the political spectrum. And then, you see, the Senate race matters a lot, because if the administration does so well, they might just have, Pia, the 2/3 majority they will need to push ahead with constitutional change within a short-term or medium-term horizon. Duterte...
Something every administration after Marcos
has tried but failed, but this time they're starting very, very strong, right? I don't think Duterte started this strong in 2016. And by the 2019, when he did very well, a lot of administration bets were actually more independent-leaning. This time could be quite different, I think.
Okay, Richard, you're so way ahead, no? But let's go back muna sa presidential race. No, it's okay. No, you didn't ruin it. There's no script.
I'm kidding. No, I'm in the flow.
Wait. So yung 14 million votes ni Lenny, 2016, 14.4 million. 14,418,817. And we're looking at her numbers now is 9.9 million. And you were saying it's so important that she breaks the 14.4.
I think so, yeah.
Because if she doesn't, then that means, now, where did the base go, di ba?
Right, that means...
Where are her voters?
Right.
And which brings me to my next question, corollary question, because a lot of Lenny supporters were saying, no, we're going to win this. And it shows in the rallies. So you had like, 750,000 people in Makati last Friday. Every rally, it's a happy, noisy, big rally, but then you juxtapose that against the surveys, which are, I don't know, well, it's early now, but you can see it here, in the results.
They're sinking a bit,
Yeah, so paano?
Well, clearly, from what we see, again, please don't...
Please don't what?
You know what? I'm just the messenger here, right?
Don't shoot me.
It looks like, Marcos has a wide base, but perhaps not so enthusiastic about him. I mean, it's a wide net. A lot of that, I would say 60% of that is really the Sara Duterte base. While in the case of Lenny, she might have a narrower base, but much more enthusiastic base. So one is strong on the y-axis, and another stronger on the x-axis, right? One has a wider base of support, one has a more enthusiastic but narrower base of support. I'm not saying singing to the choir is what happened with the rallies. Clearly, the fact that Lenny is going closer to what she achieved in 2016 shows that perhaps the disinformation campaign against her, I mean, there's so many studies shows that she's the biggest victim of disinformation. I don't think you even need to see the studies. Just go online and see what kind of negative campaigns she has been facing over the years. It shows resilience to a certain degree, but resilience is not enough. You have to go beyond that. So I think it's important for her to show that she can not only hold on to what she earned in 2016, but if potentially she can expand that. And as I said, the plan B always for opposition was margins game, right? And margins matter. It's not just winning or losing, because that is also about morale. That's also about momentum, what happens the day after, right? Now, we may have a president, we'll have a president soon, but we're not going to have a king. We're still a democracy. There still has to be checks and balances. And if not within the government, there should be checks and balances in terms of an opposition movement, right? So I think Lenny has to have enough success tonight, in whichever form, to be able to say that hindi pa tapos ang laban, tuloy-tuloy ito.
And the enough success tonight should be shown in the 14.4 million
Yeah, I think
plus.
it really
kailangan.
helps if she goes beyond what she gained in 2016. That shows resilience and potential to expand. If significantly lower than that, I don't think it's going to send the right signals in terms of her future as a potential leader of the opposition.
Oh, Richard, this is about 42.83%. Tama ba? Are we right? I'm asking the producers of the ER's precincts reported.
Shouldn't this be more? I think
it's more na, no?
Yeah, because 43%, 15 million na si Marcos eh. So.
Yeah, okay. So with that, you know, is this it? This is it na ba? Ito na yon, di ba?
I mean, the race for presidency and vice presidency seem to be less competitive, right? I think the Senate, we should wait a bit, right? Number 8 to 12. Who tops it matters, because generally the people who top the Senate race tend to aim for higher. Mar Rojas, Grace, etc. I know I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm waiting a bit because I don't want to be accused of calling this too early, but the gap is pretty big. And remember, this is parallel transmission, right? It's not sequential. So it's not like your barangay went first, then my barangay, right? So because it's a parallel transmission, I think some camps are going to be far more confident now. But, you know, as Vic Rodriguez said, nothing is done until it's done, right? So I'm going to go with the same line then.
Okay. Sandali lang. Stand by. Richard A. Darian, who's still here in the studio with us. We're going to go to Davao, where David Santos is standing by. Pinag-uusapan din kasi natin dito, Sara Duterte. Well, how good her numbers are. David?
Well, Pia, Sara Duterte is describing herself to be a, quote, loyal and supportive vice president to Bongbong Marcos in the event they both win in these elections. While speaking to reporters after casting her vote here in Davao City earlier today, she also plans to bring the office of the vice president closer to the Filipino people by setting up regional offices nationwide. This was her response to a question whether she will be based in Davao City in case she gets elected. The 43-year-old Davao City mayor and advocate of decentralizing national governance away from the nation's capital points out that national offices like the office of the vice president need to be more accessible to constituents in the regions. When asked on her choice of a cabinet portfolio under a potential Bongbong Marcos presidency, Mayor Sara insists that this is something they have yet to discuss. Now, for now, she says her focus is on monitoring the outcome of the elections, making sure the votes are counted correctly and accurately, and to meet with her volunteer groups to thank them for their support. She's expected to fly to Manila on Tuesday to hold a series of Thanksgiving gatherings with her supporters. Pia.
David Santos there, reporting from Davao. We're going to go back to you, David, when things get a little bit more exciting as the night wears on. And like we showed, Sara Duterte, of course, leading the VP race based on the Comet Transparency Survey results. Richard A. Darian is still here with us, but we have the latest numbers as of 9:30 tonight. Do we have them? Can we show them?
Oh yeah, that's 847, yeah.
21,725,982 votes for Marcos. 10,282,280 votes for Lenny. Richard, no, she's inching closer sana to the 14M.
Yep.
Manny Pacquiao, 234,434. Isko Moreno, 1,418,809. Ping Lacson, 679,229. Followed by Mangundato, Abelia de Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Richard, I want to ask you kanina, di ba? So you have Marcos with 21.7 million votes, 11 million or so votes, way ahead of Lenny Robredo, mounting that huge lead. And syempre, you know, some people would say, baka naman may pag-asa pa, baka may milagro, baka makahabol. And I'm not even referring to the UP Ateneo game
I don't want to go
Sunday.
there.
Let's not
I don't
go
wanna
there.
go there.
Yeah, but some people, especially the Lenny supporters, are
Right.
hoping, hoping against hope. They said, there could be a miracle. All these prayers, all these rallies, these
Right.
really happy big rallies. Also, tomorrow we're expecting that decision from the COMELEC and Bank, for the DQ case
Three
of
decisions,
Marcos.
yeah,
Paano
three
yun?
cases, yep. Well, I mean, one thing you can look at is the L2L corridor, Lingayen to Lucena and Cebu. If we can have a geographic breakdown, perhaps we'll have some ideas kung pwede pa siyang humabol. Because it seems...
Lingayen.
Lingayen. Because it's...
Lingayen.
Lingayen. Okay, sorry about my stress. It's not the, sorry, Ilocano. Okay.
Oh,
now I'm gonna play.
Ilocano,
I'm dead. Now you're playing your Ilocano card. Okay. No. So I think that L2L corridor plus Cebu. That's something I want to watch because I think Lenny has still some chance to expand there, but the gap is just so big, and we're talking about ratio here, 2-to-1 ratio almost. And the other thing, remember, Duterte got 16 million. I mean, at this point, Marcos is even way higher than Duterte, right? Which tells you the trajectory of this whole strongman populist kind of ideology that is taking hold in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Sara Duterte is also doing way better than her dad, right? So I think that's also something to keep in mind because everyone's talking about Duterte as a landslide winner in 2016, but this is looking even more decisive,
than a landslide.
right? More decisive.
Yeah.
So I think that also matters, and that's something that we have to keep in mind.
Sandali lang, Richard. We just have to say this, that we're expecting
Speech?
a speech.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, co-anchor. Ano ka ba? From Bongbong Marcos, from his headquarters.
Wow.
Kasi kanina, ang sabi ni Attorney Vic was that he was somewhere in NCR because I had asked if he is in the Mandaluyong headquarters. But we are expecting that. We don't know at what time this is going to happen. Maybe they're waiting for a certain vote threshold. And, by the way, like I was explaining earlier, Richard, because Edwin Lasherda was here last Friday.
Right.
He was talking about the percentage of votes na kailangan and, well, Edwin will be here later, past midnight. Then we look at the numbers again. But anyway, okay, sige, back to you, Richard. So, with this BBM with 21.7 million votes and then 10.2 million Lenny, and then everybody follows, and then yung mga lower ranking candidates, we
Pacquiao
usually
benefited from not showing up in that press con. I mean, you could really see that the two guys, the stars
the Easter
of that,
Sunday press conference,
our favorite discussion the other month. Pacquiao seems to have benefited from that, and I know it's a very big distance, but a top 3 for Pacquiao is probably something they could take home, But yeah, I mean, I don't know what is the basis for a certain threshold we're hearing from certain side, but I hate to say it, but I've been kind of implying this for quite some time. I think some strategic reboot, some going back to the drawing board, and all of that should be done by at least one camp here today. I mean,
who are you referring to?
Opposition, for that matter. I mean, the thing is this: yes, you can have grand rallies, you can have all of the celebrities supporting you, all of that, but perhaps they should have been done earlier to generate momentum and all. As we mentioned, as time passes by, there's a diminishing elasticity in terms of voter preference. And we saw that exactly happening. I think if in January, Lenny picked up the momentum, had the grand rallies, perhaps she had a better chance of cracking the kind of lead that Marcos was building up. And if I think the ISO camp handled the communications better, everything we were saying over the past few months, I think we could have had a far more competitive race. But this is not looking anywhere close to the competitiveness that some camps were expecting, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, some huge I mean, this is it. I'm just going to say it. 2019 should have given us a preview of what could happen in 2022, right? 2019 was such a dominant race for the administration. Not a single opposition candidate made it to the Senate for the first time in 81 years. I mean, there should have been a serious post-mortem analysis from then. I'm not sure how much of a serious post-mortem analysis was done. So, in a way, I think, because Lenny's potential was humongous. I mean, the kind of excitement, the whole color reboot, the progressive people that she attracted, I think all of that shows she has a tremendous potential. But you may have a Ferrari, but if you don't have the best driver, right? that's not going to be reflected in terms of the speed you're going to get on the road. So I think that's why there should be some very serious real talk among certain camps who perhaps expected to do far better today.
Some very serious real talk, reboot in time for the midterm elections and for 2028 if they still want to be alive by then.
Yeah, sorry,
But,
I'm cutting you. Remember the Democrats when they won Georgia, Abrams, right? The lady who was behind the surge of Democrats, she started that process in 2010 and 11, and it paid off in 2020. So sometimes in politics, it's not a matter of months, it's a matter of years of preparation.
It's a marathon.
And the Marcoses have been playing this marathon since they returned in 1991.
Right.
They never left they never left power. They just left Malacanang a bit and been knocking on it for the past 3 decades, and they may finally get through. I mean, this is what we're looking at. So this is a really, really historic moment. This is not just another election.
And like you said, this is it. But anyway, okay, we're going to have to speak now first to acting COMEX spokesman John Rex Laudianco. Attorney Laudianco, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Kamusta po? And good evening to all the viewers and listeners.
Yes. Attorney, can you tell us first how much of the votes are in and how much of the precincts counted so far?
Right now, ma'am, if you look at our election results website, and that's 2022electionresults.comelec.gov.ph, our election returns as received by 10 p.m. is at 70.95%, meaning out of the 106,174 election returns expected to be received, we already have 75,340 election returns. And that's really quick.
Wow, 70.95%. And this is what percentage of the votes? Yung 63.78% of ERs, 53.43%. So ngayon, nasa 55% na tayo ng boto, Attorney?
Based on the election returns, meaning these are results po coming from the precincts, of the 106,174 precincts that were activated for the 2022 elections, 75,340 na po ang nakapag-submit and transmit ng kanilang results. That's 70.95% in 3 hours.
Yeah. Attorney, I wanted to ask, let's jump to turnout, no? Because that's one big question that we always ask every election. Can you project now what turnout was?
I don't have the data right now, and we don't want to speculate. But judging by the feel on the ground, by the number of voters, and the feel of the precincts, I believe we will be exceeding 80%. The last election that we could compare this to is the 2016 elections. It's 80.23%. We really believe and we really hope that we will exceed that by a wide margin.
Okay. Itong isa pang issue na pinag-usapan after the election, yung fill-up rate, no? How many people would would vote for 12 senators? Or was it like in the past, it used to be hanggang 7 to 8 lang? Lalo na nung manual, mas konti pa doon minsan kasi kailangan isulat kamay, no, yung mga pangalan. Pero ngayon, what is fill-up rate? Or is that something a little bit too early to ask?
It's a little bit too early to ask, but then again, going from midterm elections compared to presidential elections, mas mataas po ang fill-up rate kapag presidential elections.
Okay. Attorney, also, yung mga local races, do we have proclamations happening in the municipal and the city levels in different parts of the country already?
As of now, we don't have reports for COCPs generated. Sa ngayon po, wala pa. But then again, our best case scenario, by tomorrow po, there will be local proclamations. And then sabi nga po namin, ang projection namin, not the worst case scenario, but the next best case scenario is by Wednesday, most of the local candidates, the winners of the local candidates have been proclaimed already.
Okay. Attorney, kanina ang daming, there were quite a number of reports, no? VCMs or problema sa VCM, problema sa SD card. Yung mga yon in different parts of the country, different parts of Metro Manila, for example, Nagawa niyo ba ng paraan? Were people able to vote? Were their votes counted already? Or are they just waiting, still waiting?
Okay. Out of the 106,174 clustered precincts that we need to issue with VCMs, we were able to complete 100% of that. Meaning po, lahat ng precincts po sa buong bansa, we were able to deploy the necessary VCMs. Meron pong na-late, merong napalitan, meron kailangan issuehan ng contingency VCMs. Meron din naman pong hinintay kami para maibalik yung ni-repair na VCMs. But ang summary po, ay lahat po sila nakapag-FTS, lahat po nakapag-open voting, lahat po nagamit ang machines. At yun ang pong nahuli, magagamit pa rin po nila yung machines using the contingency measures that we promulgated months ago, yung pong magbabatch feeding under the full view of watchers, accredited citizens arms, the electoral boards, and even the voters themselves. They could go to of course, they could not go inside the precincts anymore, but they could witness through the windows of the precincts.
And Attorney, ito, last question na lang. Teka, asa na ba yun? Tomorrow, Comlec and Bank, no, will come out with its decision on the DQ cases against Bongbong Marcos?
That's correct, ma'am. Chairman Pangarungan had issued that statement yesterday that they will be promulgating consolidated, I believe, 4 cases regarding this.
Would you like to give us a clue as to what's coming?
It would be better for all of us to await the formal promulgation of the decision, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else you can add at this time, Attorney?
Okay, for our countrymen who had voted, rest assured that the Commission will ensure that your votes will be counted. In fact, not just your votes, even my vote. I voted too, and I'll make sure that my vote too will be counted. All our votes will be counted correctly, and we hope the soonest possible time we could proclaim the winners of these elections. Thank you very much for all the voters who turned out and who trooped to the precincts. Thank you for fulfilling your obligation to the country, and thank you for exercising your right to suffrage.
Thank you very much, Comlec spokesman, Attorney John Rex Laudianco. Maraming salamat po, sir, for joining us. Let's now speak to senatorial candidate Cheese Escudero, and we're going to bring up the senatorial race results so that while we're speaking to him, nakikita po ng viewers yung mga numero. Senator Cheese, are we waiting? We're still waiting for him? Okay, sige. Richard, Richard and Darren is still here in the studio with us. Okay, itong we're gonna speak to Cheese Escudero in just a bit, but let's talk more about the senatorial race. Okay, teka muna. Sorry, Richard.
No, please go ahead. Don't worry.
We're just going to go first to George Cahiles. All right, he is in Cavite, well, home base, in a way, manner speaking, ni Ping Lacson. Doon din siya bumoto. 2.3 million registered voters among the top 10 vote-rich provinces. George.
Hi, Pia. We're already here at the Lacson Soto headquarters in Green Hills, San Juan City, where their campaign teams have been monitoring the situation, the initial election results. And with the numbers that are coming in, although it's partial and unofficial, looks like the numbers of Senator Lacson are far from the leading presidential candidate, Bongbong Marcos. But earlier, Senator Lacson said that if he will not be having a higher calling in the next 6 years, he will be happy to go back to farming in his property in Silang, Cavite. Now, he also called on his fellow presidential hopefuls to just forget about the animosities, the hatred, the bitterness that the campaign has brought about.
It's quite understandable na during the campaign, may mga lalabas at lalabas na, alam mo na parang sabihin nating statements against any or some of the candidates. But that's normal. Now that it is over, sana kalimutan ng lahat yon. After today, let's be one nation, one people again.
Well, Lacson says the next leader of the country must be a leader for all Filipinos. Back to you, Pia.
George, are we going to hear from Ping Lacson tonight? Is he going to make a statement?
We have yet to hear a word if they will be showing up tonight, but the entire day they are not here. And Senator Lacson earlier told us that he will be just watching Netflix show the whole day. So we will see tomorrow if they will be coming up with a statement. Back to you.
George Cahilas there, who was with the Lacson Soto campaign, our beat reporter for that tandem. He is, earlier I said, reporting from Cavite, nagkamali po tayo. He's reporting from the Green Hills headquarters. Earlier today, he was in Cavite with Senator Ping Lacson. Ngayon, kanina, nakausap natin si Attorney Laudianco of COMELEC, and he was saying that 70.95% of election returns are already in. They've received them. And that is the results of that you're already seeing on your screens as of 9:47 p.m. That's about 20 minutes ago. In the lead is Bongbong Marcos still with 22,410,199 votes. Leni Robredo, 10,613,144. And like Richard, we were speaking about this earlier, no? Ang gusto mo makita yung lampasan dapat ni Leni, yung 14 million votes niya noong 2016. Actually, 14.4 million votes niya noong 2016 VP race. Manny Pacquiao, number 3 with 2,066,021. And you said, Richard, earlier, no? He benefited by not showing up at that Easter Sunday press conference. Isko Moreno, 1,453,828 votes. Ping Lacson, 696,040 votes. They're followed by, the rest of the candidates have less than 100,000 votes each. Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. In the VP race, oh, and by the way, so 70.95% again of election returns received. VP race, Sara Duterte is still number 1. Now, we're going to go quickly now to the Senate race because Cheese Escudero is joining us on the line, on the phone, or on Zoom. Okay, he's on Zoom. Hi, Senator Cheese. Balik Senado na po kayo.
Pia, magandang gabi sa iyo sa lahat nating taga-subaybay. Magandang gabi po sa inyo.
So you are heading back to the Senate if we are to look at the numbers right now.
Prayerfully, Pia, sa dulo, yung huling bilang pa rin ang binibilang at hindi naman yung lumalabas ng una.
But you are you have a comfortable lead, right?
Hopefully, Pia.
Mahirap magsalita ng patapos, ganon.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What can you attribute your, your good showing so far, no, in this partial tally based on the COMELEC's transparency server results?
Maraming bagay, Pia, hindi ko kayang i-attribute sa isang bagay. Ika nga, hindsight is always 2020. Mas maganda at mas magaling na balik-tanawan ng ilang bagay kaysa habang nangyayari yon. So, hintayin ko muna yung pagkakataon na mabalik-tanawan ng panahon ito.
You've had a long political history, Senator Cheese. You were congressman before taking over from your father, Salvador Escudero, governor. You were governor of Sorsogon. But you've been around for so long. You've also tried, you've attempted at a higher office, and that didn't exactly pan out, no? What would you say is the secret to your staying power?
Well, kaya nga siguro secret, Pia, kasi secret yun. Pero parang sa kwento mo, parang tanda-tanda ko na. Hindi pa naman ako ganun katanda. Mas matanda ka sa akin ng konti, Pia.
Talaga? Nako, eto na ha. We're talking age here. Why, how old are you, Cheese?
52.
Okay. Sige. Let's move on.
So I'm right.
Yeah, you are. Oh, hindi, inamin ko naman yun eh. But anyway, okay. What kind of a Senate are we going to look at now? Again, given these early numbers, however, no, I have to say, like sabi nga ni Attorney Laudianco kanina, 70.95% of the ERs are in already. So what kind of a Senate will we be looking at?
Pia, it's wrong to describe how the Senate will be. At the end of the day, in a democracy, you follow what the majority wants. There's only one law, one rule you should follow in a democracy. What the majority wants. Walang may monopoliya ng magandang intensyon, pagmamahal sa bayan at tamang payo kaugnay sa dapat gawin ng mga kababayan natin. Kung ano man ang hugis, itsura at kulay ng Senado, yun ang gusto ng tao at yun ang dapat nating paobrahin para mapagsilbihan ng mas marami nating kababayan kaugnay sa pagbangon muli sa pandeming ito, kaugnay sa pagbangon muli sa anumang kalamidad na pinagdaanan at kinaharap ng ating bansa. Maraming hindi siguro makakatanggap ng resulta ng halalan. Sino man ang kanilang binoto, pagka-mayor man, pagka-governor, pagka-senador, presidente, congressman. Pero sa dulo, sana tanggapin nila na sa isang demokrasya, iisa lamang ang batas na ating sinusunod, yung gusto ng nakararami. Yan ang kaibahan ng demokrasya sa isang diktadurya. Walang sino mang isang tao o isang sektor, gaano man kataas ang pinag-aralan nila, na pwede magsabi kung ano maganda para sa ating bansa, kung ano mas makabubuti para sa ating bansa, dahil sa araw ng halalan. Tigi-tigisa lang tayo ng boto, Pia. Nasa media ka man, broadcaster, ako man, gobernador, janitor man, o presidente ng Pilipinas, tigi-tigisa lang tayo ng boto.
Senator Cheese, you said what the majority wants. You're talking about respecting the mandate. Like you said, there may be some who will be unhappy with this outcome. Although, yeah, I mean, it's still partial, but it is 70% of election returns. How would you address that? Because, you know, we had a very, how shall I say it? We had a very interesting campaign, no? And the conflict was, you know, very high levels, no? How do you tell, for example, Lenny supporters who really believed that she could win in spite of the surveys, you know, that the rallies were showing the enthusiasm, the fervor, the, you know, how much they wanted this, no? How do you address that?
I'll give an example, Pia. I voted for Lenny. I'm from Bicol, I'm from Sorsogon. Lenny's half partially from Sorsogon. But at the end of the day, in a democracy, we follow the rule of the majority. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, sometimes the person we voted for will win, sometimes the person we voted for will lose. But we should respect the decision of the majority. That's the essence of a democracy. There's a very thin line dividing a dictatorship and a democracy. Either dictatorship by one person or dictatorship by a few. Mahirap naman sabihin na ikaw ang may monopolya ng magandang intensyon para sa bansa, ikaw lang ang nagmamahal sa bayan. Sa dulo, lahat naman tayo may rason kung bakit natin binoboto, sino mang binoboto natin. At sa dulo, kailangan natin tanggapin, respetuhin at galangin kung ano ang gusto ng mas nakararami. Yun ang batas ng demokrasya. Kung gusto niyo diktadurya, edi isang tao, ilang tao lang magdedesisyon. Para sa akin, mas maganda pa rin sistema ang demokrasya. Sang-ayon man tayo sa resulta o hindi.
Well, but the dictatorship, that is exactly what people allied with Lenny fought against. And therefore, that is not something they would want to go back to, right?
Ironically, Pia, not VP Lenny, but some of those who are supporting her tend to impose what they think on people who think differently. At the end of the day, again, I hope whoever wins will be respected. Whoever loses should respect the result, whether it's the candidate or it's the supporters. Again, sa dulo, sa isang demokrasya, dapat natin tanggapin kung ano ang gusto ng mas nakararami. Sang-ayon man tayo doon o hindi. Dahil sa isang demokrasya, as my political science teacher taught me, isa lang ang batas na sinusunod, yung gusto ng nakararami. Tingin man natin tama yun, tingin man natin mali yun, sang-ayon man tayo doon o hindi. Yun ang dapat nating sundin at galangin.
Respecting the will of the majority. That's what you're saying. Senator Cheese Escudero, I'm sorry, former governor. Governor pala, sorry.
Still governor.
Still governor. What am I saying? Oh, still governor. Oh, Governor Sorsogon, Cheese Escudero. Sorry, you wanted to say something? One last thing?
Hiling ko, sana anumang kulay na dinala natin nagdaang eleksyon, sana pagkatapos ng eleksyon, pare-pareho tayo ng kulay na rin. Pula, puti, asul na may konting dilaw, mga kulay na sumasagisag ng bandila ng bansa dahil sa dulo, pare-pareho po tayong Pilipino. Pare-pareho tayong nakasakay sa nag-iisang bangka ng tawag ay Pilipinas. Sana maayos natin ang namang hidwaan, away, alitan, unfollow at unfriend na nangyari sa nagdaang halalan.
Oh, ang
Para sa
dami
gayon,
nag-away.
magkaisa po tayong muli.
Yeah. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Governor Cheese Escudero of Sorsogon, senatorial candidate, and as far as the rankings in the COMELEC numbers are showing, he is in the upper half of the Magic 12. Salamat po, Cheese Escudero. CNN Philippines is your most trusted destination for in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. We'll be back after this break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes, Election Night 2022. Bongbong Marcos, a former senator, has mounted a huge lead over Leni Robredo. It was a fight to the finish in a very bitter campaign. Marcos now has, as of 9:47 p.m., 22,410,199 votes. Leni Robredo has 10,613,144 votes. Manny Pacquiao now breaching the 2 million vote mark with 2,066,021 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,453,828. Ping Lacson, 696,040. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. In the VP race, it's still the same. Sara Duterte is still number one. In a bit, we're going to be showing you the senatorial numbers also. Okay, just updated now as of 10:02 p.m., 23,017,285 votes for Marcos, 10,915,045 votes for Leni Robredo. Richard, by the way, inching very slowly towards the 14.4 million mark. Manny Pacquiao, 2,152,579 votes. Domagoso, Isko Moreno, 1,485,030 votes. Ping Lacson, 710,871. And again, followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. That's 23 million plus votes for Bongbong Marcos. And we're just waiting for him to breach that 25 million mark. Now, join me now is a broadcast journalist and one of the leading senatorial candidates in this complex partial vote count, Mr. Rafi Tulfo. Hi, Rafi.
Hello, good evening po.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you very much for joining us. So, paano yun, hindi na ikaw yung number one, si Robin Padilla daw, na-unseat ka tuloy.
No, okay lang sa akin
Okay
yun. Kasi hindi ko naman talaga in-expect or talagang gusto kong mangyari na ako'y maging number one. From the start, ang sa akin ay mapasok lang ako sa top 12. Happy na ako. That's what I've been telling people, my friends, and even my staff na kasama sa campaign. Sinasabi ko, mapasok lang tayo sa top 12. Pwede na, sobra pa sa pwede.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Rafi, of the presidential and the VP race? BBM mounting that huge lead over Leni, Sara Duterte, also, you know, the same in the VP race. Anong tingin mo doon?
Well, nagsalita ng taong bayan, so yung nakararami so far ay gusto si BBM na maging sunod na Pangulo natin at Vice Presidente ay si Sara Duterte. At ang nakikita ko nga dito, for so many years, I don't know kung first time ito na yung magkasama ay parehong pasok sa President at Vice President. Usually kasi magkaibang partido ang ibang partido ng Presidente, ibang partido ng Vice President. Ito ay magkapareho sila. Kaya mas maganda to kung tutuusin para mas maraming magawa ang ating gobyerno, hindi na sila kukontrahan.
Mm-hmm. Kanina lamang kausap ko si Governor Cheese Escudero, and he is, of course, also in the top 12 of the Senate race. And he was talking about how it's important to respect the mandate, to respect the will of the majority based on this partial result, of course. Ano ba yung iniisip mo about that?
Well, tulad sinabi ko kanina, mukhang hindi na ata kayang habulin pa. Although I'm not a political analyst, just looking at the numbers, mukhang meron na tayong nakikitang susunod na presidente ng Pilipinas at yan po ay si BBM dahil ang layo na at ilang percent na ang nabilang. I don't know kung pwede pang habulin yan, pero so far na namamonitor ko sa iba't ibang channel, may nagsasabi mga political analyst expert, mukhang hindi nata kayang habulin dahil sa sobrang layo ng agwat.
And my final question to you, Rafi, is what are you going to do when you get to the Senate? What is the first business of the day, first order of the day, order of business?
Yeah, Pia, yung talagang advocacy ako from the start nung ako mag-file ng aking certificate of candidacy ay yung para sa mga laborers na for so many years sila ang palaging pupunta sa action center ko para magreklamo na palaging nilalamangan ng mga salbaheng amo, kasama rin dyan mga OFWs natin. So nakafocus, nakatutok talaga yung aking advokasya doon, yung aking mga gagawing hakbang at mga batas na ipapasa ko ay patungkol sa kanila.
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyo, Senatorial Candidate Rafi Tulfo. Thank you very much, Rafi, for joining us tonight. Alright, Richard, okay, kanina, Cheese Escudero talking about how it's important to respect the mandate and, will of the majority.
Right.
People have spoken. And then, he says, I, for one, I voted for Lenny, but if this is what the majority wants, then so be it. Then Rafi saying practically the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, when we say let's respect the will of the majority, we're talking about the numbers tonight. But that doesn't mean tyranny of majority through and through.
Right.
At the end of the day, we're supposed to be a constitutional democracy. Ibig sabihin, dapat may rule of law, dapat may accountability. Kung sino man maging presidente ng Pilipinas, dapat pananagutan siya kung may abuso siya or hindi sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas yung ginagawa niya. So I think this is the misunderstanding people have. Yes, it is true that in elections numbers count and the one with most votes eventually should win, whether in runoff or a single round, first past the post. But once you're the president, you're not the king in this country, nor are you a queen if you're a woman, right?
You're the number one public servant.
Exactly. At the end of the day, you're a public servant. You're supposed to be held accountable. You're supposed to, effectuate the will of the people in ways that serves the national interest, not use the will of people to serve your interests, your family's interests, your tribe's interests, etc. So whoever becomes the next president of the Philippines, I will support him or her if yung ginagawa niya ay sang-ayon sa constitutional democracy and interest of my country. And even if he got or she got the most votes, kung hindi tama yung ginagawa niya, we have to call them out. So I think people tend to misunderstand this idea of vox populi, right? Vox populi doesn't mean absolute leadership or kingdom, right? This is not what we're not in monarchy, right? So this is something we have to keep in mind, no? Even if another Marcos wins, they're not a royalty, right? They are just one of the political families in the country. So I think that's something that we have to keep in mind. So medyo I'm sensitive when I hear will of the majority. I mean, of course we have to respect the will of majority when we talk about elections, but we also have to respect our constitution. We are a constitutional democracy, not a tyranny of majority.
So keeping people accountable, making him accountable if the numbers show that he is going to be president. So that means that the opposition will have its work cut out for it. At the same time, people, ordinary citizens, right?
Right. I mean, I like listening dun sa mga senatorial ball a while ago. I mean, it's very interesting to see. I mean, Cheese has been criticized by some in the opposition. I think it comes from somewhere when he says this cancel culture and all of that. But he also said he voted not necessarily for the winner. So that means perhaps as a senator, he's not necessarily going to be a rubber stamp, right? I think that's an important thing. We want to see independence from our senatorial balls, from our people in the Congress and legislature. Kasi yung isang mahalagang bagay pagdating sa checks and balances is also yung independence ng different branches of the state. So Marcos may win big, Sara may win big, but at the end of the day, the Senate, I hope, are there doing their job, which is to make sure ma-uphold yung ating constitution, they scrutinize the government if something goes wrong, and they work together if this is in the interest of the nation. So I look forward to what is going to be their advocacy. Si Rafi Tulfo naman, I emphasize that he's going to really go there for labor rights, among others. That's an interesting thing to hear from a candidate attached to the administration. We hope to see that. We hope to see that hindi lang sila kumuha ng boto, but ginagamit nila yung boto na yan to also make sure there's accountability within government protection of people and underprivileged people. So yun, yeah.
What do you think a Marcos administration would look like?
As I said, there are many scenarios we can look at here. No, I mean, the first thing we have to keep in mind is a big part of any, again, prospective Marcos presidency is Sara Duterte. I think Sara Duterte has been a very big part of that if ever Marcos pulls off this victory. So that means any administration, yes, sinasabi nila VP is just a spare tire and all of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the office...
Kanina, David was saying she would set up like regional offices.
Right, and I think we have heard that defense secretary could be a position, at least a top cabinet position, not just some marginal consuelo position. So I think she could be a dominant vice president, something we haven't seen in a very long time, Pia. And I think Sara Duterte will try to also bring interest of people from Mindanao, etc., and people in Mindanao feel that their interests have been neglected by previous administrations, of course, with the exception of the current administration. So I think that will be important. We may see a much more dominant vice president. So there will be a lot of negotiations between different camps. I want to also say this, and I've been saying this, it also matters how foreign powers deal with the next administration in the Philippines. Obviously, the Marcoses have a certain reputation, let's just put it that way, especially in America and the West. I'm doing interviews right and left. Everyone is like, what? Another Marcos? Yeah, but I'm trying to explain, this is not necessarily 1972, right? This is 2022. Quite a different picture. So I think it matters how America, our Western allies, democratic nation engage the Marcos, a potential prospective Marcos administration, because that could also have some positive effect in terms of the direction of this administration. I mean, one thing that is different, again, with prospective President Marcos, is that he doesn't have this kind of lifelong resentment against U.S. and the West the way President Duterte has. President Duterte comes from somewhere very deep. The Marcos are probably just annoyed with the court cases and all. It's not a small thing, but they're very much product of the West, right? I'm not sure he graduated from one of those schools, but he went to Oxford, he went to Wharton. His son, I think, studied in London School of Economics and Eton. His wife, there's a claim that she passed. So the Marcoses are culturally more Western than the current president, right? And I think they'll be much more comfortable in engaging the West. And I think if the West engages them properly, then I think we can be seeing an administration nudge in the right direction. So there are many factors. And as I said last night, I know we have to transition. It also matters what the opposition does. Kaya sabi ko, Lenny's performance tonight, win or lose, matters because yun ang magiging anchor niya if she wants to transform, or she will probably have to transform into an opposition leader. At the end of the day, hindi lang mahalaga who's occupying positions in the government. It also matters what people do outside the government, because in a democracy, we have a voice as citizens, regardless of whether elected the government tayo or hindi. As I said, they're public servants. They have to serve people. If people are mobilized, they fight for the right cause, there could still be a positive nudge to whoever become the next administration in this country.
I was about, to ask you, what would you tell all these Lenny supporters? And everything you've said tonight, is I'm sure they're listening to it, no?
I hope so. I mean, stop shooting the messenger. That's the first thing I'm going to say all the time. Like, all those volunteers who came out, young people, all the love and passion they put to it, they deserve good leadership. Whether inside government, outside the government, you have to honor that, right? They deserve it. So I think denialism is not the best way forward. Bashing people right and left, blaming voters, I'm not sure that's the way forward in a democracy. I think democracy is about building the biggest coalition possible. It's a game of addition, not necessarily selling your soul in the process, but you have to compromise.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton, not necessarily the most successful politician in recent years, she said something that stuck with me. She said, you meet the voters where they are. You don't expect them to come to your side or impose your will. I think that this is someone who lost a very bitter fight in 2016. I think she learned her lesson. She's even a novelist now, apparently. I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it. We might meet each other at some point. I'll keep it there. Okay. But you see, she learned it bitterly. But she said, you have to meet the voters where they are. I think that's what Biden did. I think that's what Macron did. You see, authoritarian populists are not invincible. They have been beaten in France recently. They were beaten in America the other year. So we see that if you play your cards well, if you meet the voters where they are, if you're less judgmental, less cancelish, you might build a big enough base.
Yeah. Meeting the voters where they are, not scolding them, not saying,
not lecturing
you don't know enough, I will educate you.
Yeah. Never start with, I will educate you, or you're not educated enough. I'm a teacher. So for me, the best method is Socratic method. Make people realize on their own whether there's certain contradictions. Don't tell them. Don't talk at them. Talk with them. Have that kind of dialogue. Even with my baluktot Tagalog and my semi-okay Ilocano, I try to always reach out to people of all socioeconomic classes. And I realize, even if we may not share ideas, if you give them the basic respect, if you're not giving them this kind of elitist, aloof aura, you can go a long way. You can go a long way. And it's the culture of dialogue that we have to build in this country, democratic dialogue. Hindi pa tapos ang demokrasya natin. I mean, there's still tomorrow. Philippines will be around, God willing, for centuries to come, for thousands of years and all. So I hope people will not anchor their faith in democracy by the result of one election or two. As disappointing as this may have been for Leni's supporters, you have to have a long view. You know, you have to look at the long-term future. And at the same time, take inspiration in some of the gains you have made in the past month or so. There's still a lot of people who believe in Leni and a progressive change. And 10 million for a president, I mean, Leni's going to get more votes than Maro has, at least, right? I mean, I'm not meaning it as an insult to anyone. I'm just saying that means...
Statement of fact.
That means she's still maybe doing something better than the previous prospective leader of the opposition, right? So let's see where this is going to go. I think it's really important that adults in the room do their job, send the right signal, mobilize the right people, and give the leadership that volunteers deserve. Volunteers on all sides. East Coast volunteers, Marcos volunteers. I've seen volunteers from all sides, and a lot of them are passionate. Hindi ito mga bayaran. Passionate sila. They believe in their cause. It's civic activism. Something I'm very glad about. My millennial generation, sometimes not so exciting, but a lot of Gen Z I'm seeing they're having the civic activism. We need that in a democracy because democracy is about social capital and trust. Now, I'm sounding now like a politician giving a speech, but I am doing my best, guys.
But you are saying, what you're saying here is, for the volunteers of the candidates that lost, this is not the end of it. Continue to engage, continue to engage, continue to be involved, speak, etc. Right?
Yeah. I mean, lastly, Pia, I don't know, how many months old is the Pink Movement? It started October, right? It's not even a year old, right? So imagine the potential of this movement if, with the right strategy, with the right leadership, with faith in democracy, fighting the good fight, keeping the faith, if those elements stay there, they could be a force to reckon with. Maybe they didn't do as well this election cycle, but there's election in 3 years from now, 6 years from now. We shift to parliamentary democracy. It could be elections every year, depending on vote of confidence. You know what I'm saying? And these are the things. I think we really need to do some of our assignments, and we are not doing it. And this is not only about the opposition, it's about the whole system. We have had a very flawed, dysfunctional democracy for so long. So many people are just desperate for change.
We have a lot of homework to do. But numbers are as of 10:17 p.m. But before we go to that, we're going to go first to the most vote-rich province. I mean, numbers muna. Okay, Cebu. Numbers first.
We're going to go Cebu,
Okay, as of 10:17 p.m. 23,552,103 votes, Marcos. Leni Robredo, 11,183,118. Medyo malayo-layo pa tayo sa 14.4 M.
Right.
Manny Pacquiao, 2,233,664. Isko Moreno, 1,512,344 votes. Ping Lacson, 723,218 votes. Then followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Are we going to show the VP? Not yet. Okay, mamaya na yung VP, but we do know that Sara Duterte is still leading. We now bring you to the most vote-rich province in the country with over 3.2 million registered voters. Caroline Bonquin has the latest from there. Caroline?
Pia, no votes have yet been transmitted here in the canvassing area for Cebu Province. Acting Cebu Provincial Election Supervisor Jerome Brillantes announced earlier that the first transmission will begin at any time between 10 and 11 p.m. but as of 10:30 p.m., zero transmission. One of the reasons he cited, polls closed at 7 p.m. and many were still voting beyond that. There were vote counting machines or VCMs that malfunctioned, but Brillantes said that this were either replaced or repaired immediately. Hindi pa alam exactly kung ilan yon. He also instructed BEIs in precincts with no signal and with only few voters to transmit the votes in the nearest polling precinct. Pia.
Well, interesting to hear that about Cebu. Of course, this province is, GMA carried Cebu in 2004. This was where she held her inauguration. Carolyn, can you tell us more about why the lines in some polling precincts you visited were slow?
Okay. Pia, we were able to visit at least 3 polling precincts here in Cebu City, and after 7 p.m. We were still seeing long queues in some polling precincts, and one of the reasons cited to us earlier is that they were accommodating regular voters and senior citizens alternately. So some senior citizens take time, they're having difficulty voting, so that actually takes time, Pia.
All right, Caroline Bonkin there reporting from Cebu. 3,288,778 registered voters, the number one vote-rich province in the country. The numbers now, as of 10:17 tonight, 23,522,103 votes for Marcos, inching closer to the 25 million vote mark. Leni Robredo, 11,183,118 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 2,233,664 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,512,344 votes. Ping Lacson, 723,218. They're followed by Mangondato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. The VP race, Sara Duterte, still number one. Are you going to show that right now? Sara Duterte at number one with 23,322,041 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, a very far second with 7,051,753 votes. Tito Soto, 6,333,273 votes. They're followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walton Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, number one, if I'm not mistaken, still Robin Padilla with 19,462,237 votes. Lauren Legarda, 18,522,191 votes. Raffy Tulfo, we were speaking to him just a while ago, 17,805,181 votes. They're followed by Win Gatchalian with 15.8 million votes. She's Escudero, kausap din po natin siya kanina lamang, with 15.7 million votes. Mark Villar is number 6. 7 is Alan Cayetano. Number 8, Joel Villanueva, a comebacking center also. Mig Zubiri, number 9, with 14.1 million votes. JV Ejercito has gone up to number 10 with 12,046,820 votes. In number 11 spot is Risa Ontiveros. Number 12, Jinggoy Estrada with 11.2 million votes. They're followed by Herbert Bautista, Giorgio Binay, Gibo Teodoro, Gilor Eliazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan. Nalampasan na ni Greg si Chel Diokno, who is now number 19, and Larry Gadon with 7.5 million votes. That is as of 10:17 p.m. That is about 73% or more, 73% plus of election returns. That is in the COMELEC transparency server. It is 10:47 in the evening, 3 hours and 47 minutes since the polls closed, and Bongbong Marcos has so far mounted a huge lead over Leni Robredo, and this was a fight to the finish in a very, very bitter campaign. 23.5 million votes for BBM, and for Leni, 11.2 million votes so far as of 10:17 this evening. All right. We're going to have to take a very quick break. When we come back, more data, more information, more numbers, more interviews. This is CNN Philippines. This is our live, in-depth coverage of this year's general election. Stay with us. Be right back. is the CNN Philippine special coverage, the Filipino Votes, Election Night 2022. Bongbong Marcos has mounted a very huge lead over Leni Robredo. Marcos has 23,552,103 votes. Leni Robredo has 11,183,118 votes. This is as of 10:17 tonight. May 9, 2022, general national elections. Manny Pacquiao is at number 3 with 2.2 million votes. Isko Moreno, 1.5 million votes. Ping Lacson, a little over 720,000 votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. In the VP race, it is the same. The running mate of Marcos, Sara Duterte, is at number 1 with 23,322,041 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, a far second with 7,051,753 votes. Tito Soto, 6,333,273 votes. Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David round up the 9 VP candidates. This is as of 10:17 p.m. This is a little over 73% of election returns in the COMELEC transparency server. Marcos and Duterte have taken the early lead in the senatorial race. Robin Padilla is leading that race. Now, earlier, I spoke with the spokesman of presidential candidate Bongbong Marcos. Here's my conversation with attorney Vic Rodriguez. Yes, before we talk about those results showing former Senator Marcos in with a very big lead, I just wanted to ask, where is he? Is he there right now in HQ or is he at home?
No, he is in somewhere in NCR, PIA, monitoring also itong nagaganap na bilangan.
Mm-hmm. What has he said so far?
Wala, nagmo-monitor lang at yun nga, inaantabayanan. As for your reporter, 60% of the clustered precincts ang natatransmit na. So we're hoping that the transparency server, the transmission will pick up further para sabay sila nung COMELEC central server.
As of 8:47 p.m., Attorney Vic, 18.9 million ang boto na ni BBM. And Leni Robredo is trailing him, as we can see, with about 8.9 million votes. Kanina, sabi ni Rex Remitio, who was reporting from outside, just outside your HQ, na hindi daw muna kayo matutulog dahil medyo naalala ninyo yung nangyari noong 2016. At the same time, there is guarded optimism. Is this accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, Tia. We're still on guarded optimism. At hindi rin naman kami magpapahinga hanggat hindi na stabilize itong ginagawang transmission of the election results from the precinct level. And umaasa kami na magtutuloy-tuloy itong ganitong resulta.
Is Senator Marcos going to be making a statement or holding a press conference or, kahit magsalita lang siya tonight? It's only 9:23 in the evening. Are we going to hear from him tonight?
Hindi pa namin napapag-usapan. Inaantay pa natin na umangat pa nga itong porsyento ng mga clustered precincts transmitted at nakamonitor din naman si Presidential Frontrunner Bongbong Marcos dito sa nagaganap na bilangan.
Even if you are viewing this all with guarded optimism, Attorney Vic, are you and your principal confident of victory?
We have always been confident of what we're doing, but yun nga, we are never complacent at walang kasiguruhan ito dahil ang kabilin-bilinan mismo ni Bongbong Marcos is let us not look beyond May 9.
All right, that was our earlier conversation with Attorney Vic Rodriguez, spokesman for BBM. We were told also that dapat magbibigay ng statement or that he would make some sort of an announcement, former Senator Marcos himself, but we're waiting for that. In the meantime, we have the latest numbers, right? No, we're going to go to the numbers as of 10:32 p.m. Marcos has 24,070,851 votes, nearing the 25 million vote mark. Leni Robredo has 11,447,751. And Richard, hey Darren, this is what we were talking about a while ago, no? Yung kailangan ma-breach niya, yung 14.4 million mark niya for VP, but she's still at 11.4.
Yeah, I think the projection, one of the projections we saw is like 30, 13. BBM closing on somewhere around 30 and Leni around 13. I think that's one of the projections I've seen.
All right,
so
okay.
This doesn't look too different from that, yeah.
All right, well, further on, Manny Pacquiao at number 3 with 2,316,665 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,538,874 votes. Ping Lacson, 733,999 votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Are you going to do the VP race also? Yes, Sara Duterte, still number 1 with 23,881,718 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,211,145 votes. Tito Soto, 6,460,040 votes. Then they're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, because we're going to be speaking to Jinggoy Estrada in just a bit. Of course, Robin Padilla is still number 1 with 19.9 million votes. Lauren Legarda, number 2 with 18.9 million votes. Rafi Tulfo, we spoke to him just a while ago, 18.1 million votes. Win Gatchalian, number 4. Cheese Escudero with 16 plus million votes. We spoke to him also earlier. Mark Villar, 15 million votes. Alan Peter Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Ejercito in number 10, who we spoke to a while ago. Risa Ontiveros with 12.2 million votes. And Jinggoy Estrada, JV's half-brother, with 11.5 million votes. He's at number 12. Number 13 is Giorgio Binay, 14 Herbert Bautista, 15 Gibot Teodoro. And they're followed by Eleazar Roque, Onasan, Diokno, and Gadon. We're going to speak now via Zoom to former Senator, and well, so far looking like he could make a comeback, Jinggoy Estrada. Hi, sir.
Hi, Pia. Good evening.
Good evening. Kamusta?
Well, still hanging on. Medyo ninenervous pa rin because I'm still in a very, very precarious situation.
Ninenervyos. So hanging on, you're hanging on by your fingertips like this, or what?
I keep on praying.
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ha?
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ano yung dasal ko? Sana ibigay na sa akin ni Lord to.
Okay. Well, it is 70, well, it's about, what is it, 75% na ba of the ERs that have come in, and this is the COMELEC transparency server. You think that there is that possibility na malaglag ka pa at this point?
Well, I really do not know kasi hindi naman pinapakita ng mga TV programs kung saan nanggagaling yung mga votes.
Yeah, that was
really
also my question earlier. That's what we want to see, kung saan nanggagaling sa mga yung mga presinto na to, anong mga lungsod, anong mga munisipyo, what provinces, and we don't have that information just yet, but we will find out soon. But so far, from your own projections, are you going to make it?
I think it's quite premature to say, but I think it's quite safe already.
Okay. Earlier, I was speaking to JV, and I was asking him, what's it going to be like kung dalawa kayong mananalo, and therefore magkasama kayo sa Senado? Sabi ko, mag-uusap ba kayo doon? Magpapansinan ba kayo? Ano bang mangyayari sa inyong dalawa?
Well, ako naman, I can work with anybody or everybody, whether he's my brother or not. Kahit opposition, I can work with anyone.
Okay, sino tumatawag? Di baka kasi si BBM na yan. All right. Are you've seen the numbers, BBM, of course, mounting that huge lead. Are you surprised by this, or is this something that you expected?
Well, based on the previous surveys for the past month and in the latest survey, in all reputable survey firms, I don't think that is already a surprise kasi I think this is the very first time that we will have a majority president. No, even former President Marcos did not have the majority votes.
Okay, although
Si Bongbong lang.
Oh, Noy Aquino had 41%, President Duterte 39.02%. But Senator Jinggoy, since we're talking already, I wanted to ask you about this, and I wonder if you've addressed this issue. Yung Viber chat ng Ateneo High School batch mo, can you confirm that? That really was you, right? And inaway mo talaga yung taong yun.
I posted I texted an appeal.
Yes.
Doon sa aming group chat sa Ateneo. Tapos, I was appealing only for myself. And then, itong isang brat nito, itong batchmate, he's not even my classmate.
Bakit? Ano bang section mo?
Nag-text siya ng medyo may kabastusan ng konti. He should have messaged me in private. So, kasi siguro he was mad at Bongbong Marcos and Sara Duterte. He was calling them names, no? Kaya medyo I was really picked. And actually, ang sinabi ko rin sa group chat, okay, good day, Mr. Prats, and God bless you. Game over. Sabi ko
game over. Oo. Tapos diniem mo kung ano-anong pinagsasabi mo sa kanya. Ayan tuloy. Nag-DM ka raw sa kanya.
Already.
Ha?
That was edited already.
Edited? What do you mean?
Oo, meron ng dagdag yun. Hindi ko alam kung saan galing.
No, hindi. Come on, talaga?
Yeah.
Really? What did you say?
Ang nilagay ko lang doon sa group chat ko. Sa group chat namin ng Ateneo.
So the DM was not from you, or you did send him a DM and you did say some things. Ganun ba yun?
No. The original message that I wrote, the text that I sent, was with the group chat of the Ateneo High School 80.
80, yeah.
Yeah, kasi graduate kami 1980. Nabubuking tuloy edad namin eh.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm asking about the DM, or you don't want to talk about it. Does it make you uncomfortable?
Huh?
Does it make you uncomfortable talking about it?
Not really.
No? Okay. Well, I just brought it up because, in the last few days of the campaign, that lumabas yon, and, it made the rounds of social media. Talagang ginawa kang pulutan, yun talaga ang pinag-usapan.
Bale, okay lang yun. Bastos kasi yung Bastos kasi yung nag-send ng text na yun Imagine I was just only campaigning for myself, appealing for myself, not even BBM and Sara. Galit yata kay BBM tsaka Inday Sara.
Speaking of BBM, sorry, Senator Jinggoy, we need to cut you kasi nagsasalita na si Senator Marcos. We're gonna go to that. We'll get back to you, Jinggoy. Thank you.
Sa tambalang Marcos at saka Duterte. Kaya't napakalaking pasasalamat namin sa inyong lahat. Bukod pa doon, ay magpapasalamat ako sa mga kababayan ko na nandiyan sila at nagsuporta sila hindi lamang sa mga kandidato, hindi lamang sa aming partido, kung hindi sa magandang bukas ng ating minamahal na Pilipinas. At yan sa akin ang pinakamahalaga na aking makukuha dito sa kampanyang ito. Kaya ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat. Kagaya ng aking sinabi, ay hindi pa tapos ang bilangan. Marami nang nagsasabi na tapos na, pero hindi pa talaga. Antayin natin hanggang talagang maliwanag, mag 100% ng pagbilang. Hanggat tayo ay mag-celebrate o mag-isip na tapos na. Ngunit kahit hindi pa tapos nga ang pagbibilang, hindi makapag-antay ang aking pasasalamat sa inyo lahat. Ang aking pasasalamat sa lahat ng tumulong, sa lahat ng sumapi sa aming ipinaglaban, sa inyong sakripisyo, sa inyong trabaho, at sa binigay ninyo sa amin na oras, na kakayahan, ng sipag. Ang mga ganitong klaseng pagkagawa, any endeavor as large as this, does not involve one person. It involves very, very many people working in very, very many different ways. And to all of them, I thank you. And let us keep watch on the vote. Kung tayo'y palarin, ay aasahan ko na yung inyong tulong ay hindi magsawa, ang inyong tiwala ay hindi magsawa. At dahil ay marami po tayong gagawin dito sa ating hinaharap. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Magandang gabi po.
We'll have a photo up with the...
Photo up. You have to have Vincent.
All right, that was former Senator Bongbong Marcos making that statement, presumably that was from his headquarters here in Mandaluyong. Yeah, and Senator Jinggoy is still here, but I just wanted to just do a little recap of what Mr. Marcos was saying. He was saying thank you to everyone who was part of his campaign. And he said that although things are not yet finished, and that he would rather wait till 100% of the vote count is in. He said that hindi pwedeng maghintay yung pagpapasalamat sa mga nakatulong sa kanya. Of course, he's saying he's making that statement based on the latest numbers. As of 10:47 p.m., he has 24,565,511 votes. Still a very huge lead over Leni Robredo, who has 11,691,138 votes. Ang binabantayan natin dito sa numero ni Leni, kung malalampasan niya yung boto niya noong 2016 VP race. That was 14.4 million, 14,418,817 votes back in 2016. Nasa 11.6 million pa lang siya. Babatayan natin yung numero na yan. Ang binabatay naman natin sa numero ni BBM ay yung malampasan niya yung 25 million vote mark. But anyway, number 3 is Manny Pacquiao with 2.4 million votes. Isko Moreno, 1.5 million votes. Ping Lacson, 744,000 plus votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. For the vice presidential race, it is still Sara Duterte who is in the number 1 spot with 24,411,764 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, number 2, 7,356,975 votes. Tito Soto, 6,585,200 votes. They're followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, before we go back to Senator Jinggoy Estrada, senatorial race still as of 10:47 p.m. Tonight, Robin Padilla still number 1 with 20.3 million votes. Lauren Legarda, 19.2 million. Rafi Tulfo, 18.5 million. They're followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Ejercito, and number 11, Risa Ontiveros, and number 12, Jinggoy Estrada, with 11.7 million votes. And then following them are Jojo Binay, Herbert Bautista, Gibo Teodoro, Eleazar Roque Onasan Diokno, and Gadon. Let's go back to Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Senator Estrada, you heard BBM, Senator Marcos, speaking a while ago. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that is a preliminary dun sa kanyang victory speech siguro yan. I think they're right now in their headquarters, Mandaluyong. His family is there, and some of our unit team candidates are already there. And of course, congratulating him. I think the lead of BBM and
Sara.
Mayor Sara.
Insurmountable na ba?
Insurmountable na. Masyado ng masyadong masyado na malaki yung kanilang lamang. So I think we have a new president by the name of Bongbong Marcos and new vice president by the name of Inday Sara Duterte.
What would you say? A while ago, we were talking about that Viber chat with your Ateneo High School batchmates. But you know, what would you say to other Lenny supporters? You know, she's still number 2, no? And there was a lot of rancor and a lot of tension in this last campaign. It was a very bitter campaign.
No, all we want actually, not only me, all we want is respect and understanding. If you are with Lenny, it's okay. If I am with Bongbong Marcos, it's okay. I mean, magrespetuhan tayo. At the end of the day, we have to support the newly elected president. Kasi if our newly elected president will fail, syempre babagsak din yung ating bansa. Now, if we will support the president and if he succeeds as president of the republic, sinong makikinabang? Ang taong bayan din.
Okay. My final question for you, Senator Jinggoy, is about your dad. Does he know already about your rankings, no, you and JV, and what was the last thing he said to you before election day?
I haven't. I just talked to him before the counting. And he was asking me what my rank was, and I said I was I think I was around 11 to 12. So he just nodded.
Okay. Nakaboto naman siya. Was he able to vote? Yes?
Yes,
Okay,
yes. He was assisted by my brother Jude.
Okay. Sige. Any final words? Anything else you'd like to add, Senator Jinggoy?
Well, in case, thank you very much, Pia. In case I win in this election, I would like to thank all my all our supporters, friends, of course, my family, my mom and my dad, my wife and my children, my sisters and my brothers who really helped me a lot. Of course, kay Bongbong Marcos and Inday Sara Duterte and all my fellow candidates under the unit team. Maraming salamat po.
And maraming salamat din sa inyo, senatorial candidate and former Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you.
We'll keep bringing you the results of today's votes as we get them, as they come in here. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. This is a special coverage, Election Night 2022. You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Election Night 2022. It is May 9, 2022. We've just had national elections, general elections, and as of 10:47 p.m., based on the COMELEC Transparency Server, Bongbong Marcos has 24,565,511 votes. Leni Robredo, 11,691,138 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 2,401,374 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,563,170 votes. Ping Lacson, 744,817 votes. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abelia, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, Jose Montemayor Jr. That is the presidential race. In the VP race, as of 10:47 p.m. also, it is Sara Duterte way ahead with 24,411,764 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,356,975 votes. Tito Soto, 6,585,200 votes. They're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. In the senatorial race, Robin Padilla is number 1 with 20,370,235 votes. Lauren Legarda, number 2 with 19,264,420 votes. Rafi Tulfo, 18,536,994 votes. They're followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Estrada, Ejercito Estrada, Risa Ontiveros, and Jinggoy Estrada. That rounds up the 12, but Jojo Bina is number 13, 14, Herbert Bautista, and 15, Gibo Teodoro. They're followed by Eliazar, Roque, Onasan, Diokno, and Gadon. Now, voters are still waiting at different polling precincts, polling centers in the city of Manila after many vote counting machines malfunctioned. Joining us live now is Stanley Gahete from there. Stanley.
Pia, some clustered polling precincts still have voters hoping to cast their votes even after schools close their gates at 7 p.m. The original plan of the Department of Education supervising officer and COMELEC officials are to immediately replace the malfunctioning VCMs despite having no assurance when this will arrive. Some voters agreed to just sign waivers to allow the BEIs to insert their ballots when new machines come. However, for some polling precincts with VCMs that malfunctioned this morning, new machines have been delivered at around 8 p.m., a welcome relief to voters who are all determined to cast their votes. Legarda Elementary School in Sampaloc, Manila had 5 defective vote counting machines.
Pabor po sa amin kasi syempre ang haba din po ng pinila namin tapos sure po na yung boto namin na makakount po. Kesa po doon sa manual, ang tagal din po namin na naghintay dito. Buti po dumating na.
Sobrang saya din po kasi yung pila po namin hindi po nasayang kasi bigla po siyang dumating.
Meanwhile, election returns are now coming in at COMELEC City Board of Canvassers here in Manila City Hall. As of 9:30 p.m., 88% of the local voting results are already in. Vice Mayor Hani Lacuna currently has a huge margin against her nearest rival, Alex Lopez. For Manila Vice Mayor, Yul Servo is leading, followed by Raymond Bagatsing. On the other hand, most of Manila voters voted for Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, followed by Vice President Leni Robredo and Senator Manny Pacquiao. For Vice President Sara Duterte leads, followed by Senator Kiko Pangilinan. The Board of Canvassers are still waiting for more election returns. We'll continue updating the tally as we receive more results from different polling places in Manila. And here's the latest here at Manila City Hall. Back to you, Pia.
Yes, Stanley, very quickly, can we go over the votes for President? You said BBM. Ano yung boto ni BBM dyan? And then, sige, go ahead.
Yeah, as of 9:30 p.m., we received 88% of the total number of votes, and former Senator Bongbong Marcos recorded about 400,000, more than 400,000 votes from Manila residents, followed by Vice President Leni Robredo with almost 200,000 votes. And we'll still continue updating the tally as more results are coming in from different polling places in Manila. Pia.
Yes, Stanley. And ano yung boto ni Isko dyan sa Manila?
Isko Moreno still have more than 200,000 as of 9:30 p.m. when we've observed here at City Canvassers. And there are still more voters coming in because some schools are still transmitting their results as of today.
All right, Stanley Gahete there reporting live from the city of Manila. All right, Richard, final words from you before we let you go.
Right.
My
final words is not what I don't want to have. Like,
my Ilocano guest.
It's not done yet. Hanpay nalpasan. The election. No, I mean, as I'm saying, one thing that always worried me is these elections will be too polarized that the losing candidate will not accept it under any circumstances. That is a lose-lose situation for everyone, right? Post-electoral mayhem, violence, thank God we haven't had that. And I hope we will stay in that track, right? And for me, whoever becomes the next president, he will have to work with as many people as possible to effectuate a policy. We saw with President Duterte, he's a strong personality, he had a lot of support, but a lot of times there was a lot of backlash, a lot of policy, whether on foreign policy, whether on some of his economic policy, etc. Now,
prospective president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., always talks about unity. I don't know what that means, but I hope what that means is that he's going to be a president really for each and every Filipino, including those who didn't vote for him, including those who have a lot of reservations.
Those who hated him. So,
Yeah,
and the Lenny supporters.
This is his chance to defy his critics by showing a side perhaps that they didn't see. I mean, he's not the first son of a former strongman, right, or a strong figure becoming a leader. I mean, in Korea, we had a woman, Park Chung-hee, right, who became their president. In France, you had Napoleon III. And sometimes, even the prodigal sons or daughters or nephews tend to do better when they're more practical rather than megalomaniac than their father and all of that. And so my hope is, in this case, whoever becomes the next president, whether it's Lenny, whether it's Marcos, they will always remember.
Weather.
I'm just saying, but I think mathematically it's becoming... I was calculating, even if Lenny gets all the remaining votes, which is not statistically reasonable, it's still going to be a tough fight. But if it's prospective President Marcos Jr., which is not totally surprising based on the discussions we have had, then I hope he defies his critics as much as he wants to please his supporters.
Yeah. Well, during the campaign, he very rarely, if ever, attacked any of his opponents, right? I mean, he was always...
This is what I want to say, right? If you look at Marcos Jr., this is something fascinating about him, right? On one hand, again, this is not necessarily a praise. I'm just saying this is something intellectually curious because
this is your observation
he has the Marcos name, which or has a clear aura, right? It has a clear message. Strong man to make us great again. At the same time, if you look at him personally, he's a very avuncular, charming person. Everyone who has met him. And I don't think it's just a put-up. I think that's his release person. He's a much more chill person. He's a much more avuncular, charming, urbane person for that matter. And in that sense, he has been able to have the cake and eat it too, right? So my point is, it's also important that prospective President Marcos also sends the right signal to his supporters that, see, in short, lead by example. If he's really someone who's not into negative campaigning, into fights, he really wants unity, I hope his supporters also project that. Because we don't want a situation whereby that's being just outsourced to your supporters. You project clean unity and then your supporters are doing...
good cop, bad cop.
Exactly. I hope it's not a good cop, bad cop situation. I'm not saying that's the case, but I hope that's not the case, right? Because so much polarization in our politics. A lot of us are... I mean, how many people get canceled on Twitter, online? It's just so toxic. It's such a talk. How can you save democracy? How can you make democracy better? How can we push our country in the right direction if we don't detox, right? We really need a detox time. That doesn't mean we forget accountability. That doesn't mean we forget transparency. But what I'm saying is always have the long view. Play the long game. And the only way for a democracy to have a chance is if both sides, opposition and the administration, don't forget that if they are there for the national interest. I think that's a very important thing. Now, I'm already sounding like a politician, so before that, I'm going to whiz out and get to my next assignment.
Get to your next gig.
I know. Yeah, I think I'm in a dangerous territory with but I'm talking in intellectual curiosity. Again, we're totally non-partisan here, just to be clear. Including, my Ilocano side.
Yes, you have to say that again. Maraming salamat sa'yo, Richard Hidarian. We'll see you again very soon. I'm sure there's a lot to analyze in the next few days, weeks, months, etc. Salamat for being here. Just moments ago, former Senator Bongbong Marcos thanked supporters as he leads the presidential race. Here's that short speech from his headquarters in Mandaluyong.
Magpapasalamat ako sa mga kababayan ko na nandiyan sila at nagsuporta sila hindi lamang sa mga kandidato, hindi lamang sa aming partido, kung hindi sa magandang bukas ng ating minamahal na Pilipinas. At yan sa akin ang pinakamahalaga na aking makukuha dito sa kampanyang ito. Kaya't ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat. Kagaya ng aking sinabi, ay hindi pa tapos ang bilangan. Marami nang nagsasabi na tapos na, pero hindi pa talaga. Antayin natin hanggang talagang maliwanag na maliwanag, mag 100% ng pagbilang. Hanggat tayo ay mag-celebrate o mag-isip na tapos na. Ngunit, kahit hindi pa tapos nga ang pagbibilang, hindi makapag-antay ang aking pasasalamat sa inyo lahat. Ang aking pasasalamat sa lahat ng tumulong, sa lahat ng sumapi sa aming ipinaglaban, sa inyong sakripisyo, sa inyong trabaho, at sa binigay ninyo sa amin na oras, na kakayahan, ng sipag. Ang mga ganitong klaseng pagkagawa, any endeavor as large as this, does not involve one person. It involves very, very many people working in very, very many different ways. And to all of them, I thank you. And let us keep watch on the vote. Kung tayo'y palarin, ay aasahan ko na yung inyong tulong ay hindi magsawa, ang inyong tiwala ay hindi magsawa. At dahil ay marami po tayong gagawin dito sa ating hinaharap. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Magandang gabi po.
All night here on CNN Philippines, we'll keep a close watch on the progress of today's vote, and we'll bring you the results as soon as we get them. So keep it right here. CNN Philippines is your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute and in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. You're watching the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. Earlier, we had those numbers as of 11:17 tonight. Marcos has 25,489,420 votes. He has breached that 25 million mark. Leni Robredo, 12,145,860 votes at number 2. We're waiting for her to get to the 14.4 million mark because that was her votes. Those were her votes, 14.4 million back in 2016 during the VP race. Manny Pacquiao, 2,564,260 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,607,887 votes. Ping Lacson, 763,927 votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. In the VP race, Sara Duterte, number 1, with 25,408,391 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,630,661 votes. Tito Soto, 6,813,744 votes. Willie Ong, number 4. Number 5 is Lito Atienza, followed by Manny Lopez, Walton Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. Now let's take a look at how our kababayans from different regions voted. Mai Rodriguez is here with us in the studio. Mai.
Hi, Pia. Now, we are going to check how our kababayans voted in the regions. Right now, let's start at the NCR. We're seeing Bongbong Marcos leading in the NCR with 3,045,514 votes. He has a close to 1.4 million lead over Leni Robredo with 1.6 million votes, followed by Isko Moreno at number 3. We're just gonna refresh this map a bit and go again to the NCR and check the votes over here. Let's go back to number 3, Isko Moreno with 485,300 votes. Ping Lacson at number 4 with 128,279, and we're gonna stop at Manny Pacquiao with 86,000 votes. Now, let's check at Region 1, the Ilocos region, the bailiwick of Bongbong Marcos, at 2,226,249, followed by Leni Robredo with 285,876. Mayor Isko Moreno at 41,454. Manny Pacquiao at 29,000 votes. Let's check how Ilocos, or the Ilocos region, voted for Vice President. Here you go, Sara Duterte leading at 1,881,955, followed by Tito Soto at 428,295. And number 3, Kiko Pangilinan at 183,845 votes. Doc Willie Ong is at number 4. Lito Atienza is at number 5. Now let's go to Region 5, the Bicol region, checking the bailiwick of Leni Robredo. Let's go to how they voted for president first. Region 5, Leni Robredo, not surprising, 1,873,423, a wide lead over Bongbong Marcos at 421,823 votes. Manny Pacquiao at number 3 with 68,511 votes, followed by Isko Moreno at number 4, 25,359, and Ping Lacson at number 5. Let's check how they voted for Vice President. Again, this is the Bicol region. Kiko Pangilinan leading with 1,351,304. Sara Duterte, 516,403. Tito Soto at 401,809. And Doc Willie Ong, 77,576. Again, this is the partial unofficial tally straight from the COMELEC transparency server as of 11:02 p.m. We will bring you more of the numbers as this is updated. Pia.
So, not surprising, like you were saying, BBM leading in the Ilocos region, and sorry, we didn't go through the CAR, no, Cordillera.
Not
we don't
yet.
have that.
Do you want to check the CAR?
Can we? Can we look at Cordillera?
Let's check if we can go to the Cordillera region. Okay, Bongbong Marcos leading with 644,651 votes coming in as of 11:02 p.m. Leni Robredo with 78,614. Ping Lacson at 19,367. Manny Pacquiao, 16,000. Mayor Isko Moreno at 11,766. This is how the Cordillera region voted. I'm thinking this is not much of the votes yet. We don't know yet how many percent of the ERs came in for the Cordillera region, Pia.
Kasama din sa yung tinatawag na Ilocano country, yung Region 2. Can we also look at Region 2 now? Is that possible?
Okay, we will refresh and go to Region 2.
Cagayan Valley region.
Cagayan Valley region. This is how they voted in the presidential race. Bongbong Marcos leading a wide lead at 1,365,711. Lenny Robredo with only 143,138. Manny Pacquiao with 22,400. Isko Moreno, 18,936. Ping Lacson, 17,981. This is how Region 2 voted for president. You want to check? Let's check very quickly how they voted for vice president. We're gonna wait on that a bit. Let's see if we're gonna get how they voted for vice president, or maybe
yun.
Okay, over here. Maybe we're gonna get that data later. The screen is loading. Okay, Pia, back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mai Rodriguez, for drilling things down for us so that we can see what the numbers were like in those regions. Yung mga command votes na tinatawag, Ilocano country, for example, even Bicol, Lenny, of course, leading there in Bicol. All right, nearly all votes are all votes are in within 5 hours since the polls closed at 7 in the evening. Let's get details from Melissa Lopez, who is still in Pasay City. Mel?
Pia, it will take a couple more days until the winners of the 2022 race are officially proclaimed as duly elected leaders of the country. As of 11 p.m., 80% of clustered precincts nationwide have already finished counting the votes cast and transmitted the data to the city or municipal board of canvassers. That leaves about 20,000 more precincts which have not yet completed the transmission of votes and have not reached the city level yet. Now, what should we expect from here? So as polls close around 7 or a little later, the VCMs, or the vote counting machines, will transmit the votes, as I said, to the local municipal or city board of canvassers. It also sends out the data to the transparency servers like that of the COMELEC, which we are using as basis for our breaking news coverage right now, and as well as to the poll watchdog PPCRV. Now, when the votes reach the city or municipal board of canvassers, they will collate all of that votes within their jurisdiction, and that will be their basis for proclaiming the winners of the local race. So that's your mayor, your vice mayor, your congressman in the district, and of course the councilors. Once that's done, it goes up another level. The certificates of canvass from the city will be transmitted to the provincial board of canvassers. Diyan mo naman malalaman sino yung mananalong governor at vice governor, pati mga board member. It follows the same process. It will combine all the votes cast in the provinces under them. And then finally, the provincial board will elevate votes cast to here, the National Board of Canvassers. Now, you will see the area behind me is empty, and that's because the COMELEC, sitting as National Board of Canvassers, did not start the canvassing yet kasi hindi pa umaabot sa kanila yung mga votes na binilang. Kasi ngayon, ang municipal level pa lang ang karamihan na gumagalaw. So they have to wait for that. They will reconvene tomorrow at 1 p.m. They are expected to start counting the votes cast and eventually declare the 12 winning senators, and as well as the party list groups. We expect that in a week's time. Meanwhile, those running for the presidential and vice presidential race will know their fate. It will hang with the official canvassing, this time in the hands of Congress, but that will wait until end of May. Pia.
The Senate and the House of Representatives sitting in joint session as the National Board of Canvassers, as Melissa Lopez was reporting. Thank you for that, Mel. Let's bring in our senior correspondent, Anjo Alimario, who is still in Camarines Sur, in Naga City, in Camarines Sur. Anjo.
Hi, Pia. Good evening. We're here at 15 Martires Plaza where the supporters of Vice President Lenny Robredo are gathering right now as the partial and unofficial tally shows that Marcos is leading by a wide margin in the presidential race. They've been here since around 10 p.m. And earlier they were singing Rosas, which has become the anthem of Robredo's campaign, and Bayan Ko. And also earlier they held a prayer vigil. They prayed a rosary. Obviously, they're very sad with the development in today's elections, with the results coming out. And this is actually nagtawag lang yung solid Lenny Bicol na magtipon-tipon yung supporters dito sa plaza. And right now, the plaza is almost full of supporters, and we've seen more of them arriving here at the plaza. And there's no formal program here. We don't know yet hanggang ano oras sila magstay dito, but definitely they are united here. Of course, Nagdeños are frustrated. It's a painful thing for them to accept that, it's another missed chance for them to have the first Bicolana president. And they've been wanting, dreaming to have that first Bicolana president. But with the current results for the presidential race, with Marcos, of course, leading the pack. And so far, I think the program, I don't know if the program is almost over, pero ngayon, alam mo, daman-daman mo yung lungkot dito, ng mga supporter, nangungusap yung kanilang mata, and iba nag-iiyakan, iba nagyayakapan. And ngayon pinapatugtog uli yung Rosas. Of course, many are becoming emotional as they hear this song, because this song really united them and is still uniting them para nga kay Robredo. And again, we're still waiting for official any word or statement coming from Robredo herself or from her spokesperson or anyone from her team. But I think bukas na yan mangyayari, Pia, we're told. So, natin alam din kung mababago yung schedule niya because we know yung plan, the original plan was she should stay here in Naga or in Kamsur na matagal-tagal, but with the development, we don't know kung may mababago ba sa schedule niya. And we also understand that this month also, I think by next week, she'll be leaving for the US para nga samahan si Jillian, yung kanyang youngest, na graduate sa New York. So, right now, Pia, ayan, I think this is the Lady Peña Francia nilalabas nila sa plaza. Yung mga supporters, kumakanta pa rin ng Rosa. Back to you.
Anjo, bukas na nga siguro talaga mangyayari ang anumang statement or press conference or interview ni VP Lenny, because it is 11:57 p.m. It's just 3 minutes to midnight, and in 3 minutes time it will be May 10. Bukas na yon. I was about to ask nga kung magsasalita ba siya anytime soon, no? But interesting also to know that, like you said, pupunta pala siya ng Amerika, no, to be with her youngest daughter, si Jill. I wanted to also ask, Anjo, kasi kanina pinapakita na nga ni Mai yung mga boto sa mga rehiyon, no? So for example, Region 1 and CAR going for BBM, Region 5 for Lenny, of course. But I wanted to ask you if you have the data available, how she fared in Naga City, her hometown, and Camarines Sur in the province itself. Do you have that data available?
As of now, Pia, we don't have that data yet, but babalikan kita. We're still getting that figures. I think kung hindi ako nagkakamali, nag-pause yung canvassing sa provincial or city level. But babalikan kita, Pia, for that data.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one more thing, Anjo. Kanina kausap ko si Cheese Escudero, no? And I asked him about what message he would have for Lenny supporters, and he said in so many words, no? I'm just paraphrasing and summarizing na kumbaga, the will of the majority, respecting the mandate, reaching out to each other. What does that sound like? What would that sound like to Lenny's voters, Lenny supporters?
Well, yeah, that will be the ultimate test here for her supporters, is to really accept the results of tonight's elections. Kung mababago ba, or kung hindi na mababago yung resulta ng election, given yung laki ng lamang ni Bongbong Marcos, and especially here sa Naga, no, they're very passionate about supporting and backing Robredo, and of course doon yung mga passionate supporters niya even in different parts of the country. So again, doon mo makikita, matitest din actually yung maturity of the supporters, of how they will accept this, or will this fuel them to, yun nga, sinasabi nila, this campaign has turned into a movement. So we'll see how will the next days, kung paano maapektuhan yung kanyang mga supporters, Pia.
And sorry, well, just one last question about 30-45 minutes ago, nagsalita si Mr. Marcos sa kanyang headquarters. Would you know if they were able to watch that? Napanood ba nila yon? Narinig ba nila? Meron ba silang mga reactions to that?
Right now, Pia, I don't have that information, but I understand that they are converging sa bahay ni Lenny sa Magaraw, and I've been told Barry is there and other part of the core team of Lenny's campaign are there sa bahay nila. Pero yun nga, siguro bukas na talaga natin malalaman kung magkakaroon man ng any announcement or press conference coming from her.
Alright, at umabot na tayo sa bukas kasi 12:01 a.m. May 10,
Good morning,
Tuesday.
Pia.
Good morning sa'yo. Anjo Alimario reporting from Naga City in Camarines Sur. Anjo was assigned to the Lenny Kiko campaign for this election. You can count on CNN Philippines for live, in-depth coverage of this year's general elections. Stay with us. CNN Philippines is your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute and in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. You're watching the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. The numbers so far still the same: 25,914,360 votes for Bongbong Marcos, who just about an hour or so ago thanked his supporters, making that statement before media and supporters. He said he wanted to thank them all, even if he said that he wanted to wait till 100% of the vote was in. But he said saying thank you couldn't wait, and that's why he made that statement. Now, Lenny Robredo with 12,361,112 votes. I was speaking to Anjo Alimario, who is with the Lenny Kiko campaign coverage team, and he was saying that showing pictures also of Lenny supporters, quite demoralized in Naga City in Camarines Sur. We understand that VP Lenny is in her home in Magaraw, which is a few minutes away from Naga City. Still no word as to what exactly she's going to do or say in the next few hours, but Anja did say that she would be leaving for the U.S. to be with her youngest daughter. Now, in the number three spot, and again, this is as of 11:32 p.m., of May 9, Manny Pacquiao with 2,644,519 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,628,060 votes, number 4. Number 5 is Ping Lacson with 773,077 votes. They're followed by Faisal Mangondato, Ernie Abella, Leoty de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor Jr. The vice presidential race, it is still Sara Duterte in the lead, a very huge lead over Kiko Pangilinan. Sara Duterte has 25,870,289 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,758,960 votes. Tito Soto, 6,921,216 votes. They're followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, Robin Padilla is number 1, 21,585,601 votes. Lauren Legarda, 20,245,957 votes. Rafi Tulfo, 19,503,336 votes. Followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Ejercito Estrada. In number 11, Risa Ontiveros. Number 12, Jinggoy Estrada. Number 13 is Jojo Binay, followed by Herbert Bautista, Gibo Teodoro, Gilor Eleazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan, Chel Diokno, and Larry Gadon. Those are the latest numbers. Comlec Transparency Server, this is more than 75% of the vote of election returns. Now, here with us tonight, no, not tonight, this morning, it is 12:09 in the morning. Okay, bago natin kausapin si Edwin Lasherda, who's here with us tonight, we're going to go first back to Rex Remitio in the BBM Sara headquarters here in Mandaluyong. Rex? Rex? Rex, go ahead.
Well, as you can see right behind me, supporters of Bongbong Marcos are now celebrating outside his campaign headquarters in Mandaluyong City. They've been here since around 9 in the evening after they learned that Marcos is leading by a wide margin against his rival Vice President Leni Robredo. They're singing, they're dancing to the tune of songs like that of rapper Andrew E. and Ang Bagong Lipunan, which is one of the anthems of the martial law era. Now, a while ago, presidential candidate Bongbong Marcos delivered an address to the nation where he thanks his supporters, and he also told them that they should still have to wait since a lot can still happen. Although he's already leading by a huge margin, he says he doesn't want to take things for granted. Now, other supporters are also telling vehicles passing by EDSA to blow their horns, to show their support. They're also waving their flags. So far, Marcos is now upstairs with some very important persons and other celebrities and politicians. I'm not sure if they're eating now or what they're doing, but what we saw is that there's a catering at the 7th floor, if I'm not mistaken, of his campaign headquarters. So that's the latest from here at the campaign headquarters of Bongbong Marcos in Mandaluyong City.
Rex Remitio there reporting, like he said, from the BBM Sara headquarters in Mandaluyong City. Supporters jubilant with the lead, the very huge lead that Marcos has mounted over Leni Robredo. And like I was saying just a while ago, here with us now is Edwin Lasherda, who used to be spokesperson for President Noynoy Aquino, and was here just last Friday. We were just talking about Edwin last Friday on News.ph, itong kailangan boto ni BBM and how he would reach that. And now,
well, so he's breached the 39% already.
39% of the
39% of 100%. Yung 65,721,230 votes, no?
registered voters.
Registered vote. That's the domestic. Because if you add the overseas and the absentee, that's about 1.8. So, but they're not counted yata now. So we're only looking at the domestic registered votes. So yung boto lang dito sa loob ng Pilipinas.
Yeah. Okay. So why is 25 million the threshold, yung hinahanap natin boto? Explain that again.
Kasi yung traditionally, to become president, except for FVR and Pinoy, all three era GMA and President Duterte garnered 39% of the votes. So ngayon, si BBM lumampas na. He's already at, based on your accounts kanina, yung number niya 26,313,000, he's already at 40.04%. By the way, the total number of votes counted already is at 67.55%. So you're only looking at 32.45% na lang of votes to be counted. And right now, si BBM is already at 26.313. Lampas na yun ng 40%. We're now looking for the next 9%. Kasi 40.04% siya. So you're looking at 9.96%.
Yeah. Last night, around 8, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10, ang sinasabi ng mga Lenny supporters, baka pwede pang humabol, di ba? But at a certain point, at what point did it become an insurmountable lead?
When it hit somewhere around 21, medyo mahirap na because the numbers of VP Lenny was stagnant. Medyo stagnant siya. So right now, she's at 12.554 million. That's only 19.10%. So you've got 40.04 against 19.10%. So that's a huge. And by the way, that's consistent with unfortunately, with the pulse, with the surveys.
With the surveys.
We're looking at 56% in the Pulse Asia. It was 56.24. So they both are not there yet, but it seems like, is there a possibility for Bongbong to become, for the first time, a majority president? It looks that way, considering that you have 32% votes yet to be counted. Yung ER na binibilang, yung 81.80%, those are the number of ERs transmitted. But the total number of votes counted already is around 67.62. So you're looking at 32% more votes to be counted pa. So malaki yun.
Yeah, okay. The other number we're looking at is kasi kung 12.5 million si Lenny ngayon, 14.4 million siya noong 2016. No?
Yes,
so,
kulang pa.
Yeah, so everybody's expecting na kailangan, kung matalo man, kailangan malampasan niya or maabutan niya yung 14.4, 12.5.
Well, it's possible. That's only about, if it's 14 million, that's about 1.400. 1.400 million na lang ang kailangan.
Okay.
1.4 million na lang kailangan ng boto.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter now, right?
It doesn't matter in the sense only of making sure that she maintained her lead, the same lead that the same number of votes she had in 2016.
Okay, so let's look back and look forward. So the look back question is, what went wrong in the campaign? No? Because people say the rallies were great, they were happy, big, funny, nice, everything you wanted in the rally was there. They had their house to house, and then although they wouldn't believe in surveys, and then say, may Google Trends naman, etc., diba? And then they had all these big endorsements.
Right.
No? Hindi lang celebrity, no? Kung ano-ano. Dami. So, yun yung look back. What went wrong? Looking forward, what next? No? What's going to happen now?
Conventionally, and I'm saying this objectively, I think the decision to declare and to run late was a big factor. Now, there's a difference between Lenny deciding late in 2015. Because at that point, she was an administration candidate. The whole machinery of the LP and the administration was with us, was with Mar and was with Lenny. And so, And being the vice presidential candidate, dala siya ng presidential candidate. So that was fairly simple. So may administration candidate ka, kahit na late ka mag-decide, meron ka ng makinarya. Dito talagang, and to credit her, she really didn't want to run. From the very start naman when I spoke to her in July, sabi niya, Sek, ayaw kong tumakbo.
She was supposed to run for governor, right?
Well, that's one of her plans,
the options.
yes. But in fact, that was the reason why she was talking to Isko Ping Manny Pacquiao to try to find a common candidate for the opposition. At some point, maybe perhaps there was a call for her to run, then maybe she decided to run. But because of the factor that you don't have a machinery behind you, the idea of running late became such a difficult, there were no logistics. You don't have political endorsements on the outset. A lot of your political allies had to leave because kailangan namin we need to make a decision. Ma'am, tatakbo ba kayo? Hindi. Because we need also cover for ourselves. And so a number of politicians identified with the LP decided to run and look for separate candidates. So isa na yan. And so in spite of the fact na talagang volunteer-driven, wala kang makinarya to start. So that's why it was really hard. Mahirap talaga. Kumbaga, wala kang logistics. Di ba? From the very start, it's like, di ba, amateur stock strategy, professional stock logistics. Wala kang logistics eh.
Yeah, okay.
Di ba? Ang hirap.
Oh. But then, like you mentioned, volunteers, so you have those rallies, no? You had Pasig with a certain number of people attending. You had Pasay, 400,000+ attending. You had Makati last, what day was that? Saturday.
Last Saturday.
750,000. According to the estimates.
But that came late na.
Late na.
That came late. The first one who really...
Pero gang-ho kasi yung mga supporters niya eh.
Kung passion kasi ang metric, panalo talaga.
Okay.
Diba? No doubt. I was saying, kung passion ng metric, panalo talaga. Except the reality of a campaign is, it has to be disciplined. It has to be structured to a large extent. The volunteers were very good. I mean, credit should be given to the volunteers. They put up a strong campaign. I mean, so creative, so free, so giving of themselves, both in time and in resources.
Yes. Edwin, clarify that and make that very clear. Disciplined and structured in the truest, most traditional sense of a campaign, meaning messaging, the way you attack certain things.
There are certain things that the messaging came on. In fact, the tagline, which is beautiful, Gobyernong Tapat, came quite late. Came only in January. So you've got 3 months of people were coming up with their own. Diba? Although there was already a brand decision, ganito ang magiging kulay, ganito ang font and all that. But the whole idea, ano bang mensahe natin? In fact, if you're part of that echo chamber, you would see people saying, ano bang mensahe natin? Diba? So, and then you've got a number of parang there was really, because everybody was giving of themselves, if I thought of something beautiful, and which is beautiful, sige, takbo natin. So, kanya-kanya lahat. So, I suppose yung message nga, hindi klaro kung ano talaga ang mensahe. Ang klaro was what Vice President said, radical love. To really talk about, let's try to convert without pulling teeth with the supporters of my other...
But radical love, was that something the ordinary Pinoys could understand? Diba? And radical love, talking, convincing, was that what happened? Or was it the opposite?
It was very difficult. I mean, I spoke to someone who said that 6 na taon kaming hindi makasalita. Because of the Duterte, because they were being bashed by, we were called Dilawan trolls, yung mga Dilawan and all that. So parang there was a climate of fear under Digong. And then suddenly when it's time for change, ayan na, tatakbo na. I can be free to talk na. And then the Vice President said, and by the way, this is not a mistake. I fully agree with the concept of radical love because it's really hard to it's pulling teeth when you're talking to Marcos supporters. That's why it has to be a positive messaging and without engaging them in a very confrontational way. But it's a challenge, like you said. Hindi kasi natural sa atin, although Kristiyano tayong pinalaki, syempre pag makulit yung kakausap mo, sometimes it gets to...
Oh, yung latest boto ni BBM, 25 million, that means something. That has to be acknowledged.
Yes.
Yung mga Lenny supporters cannot say, oh, wala yan. Hindi.
No.
Ang hirap di ba? It has to be...
Mandato yan eh.
Right.
Mandato yan ni Bongbong. I mean, the people chose his message. I believe that the message of VP Lenny was very substantive. But what can you do? The people chose unity. The thing that I was telling, one of the things that I think what got and convinced the people by and large is the idea of, because if you're attending the FG, these are focus group discussions, and we did a number of focus group discussions. There were two things talaga na sinasabi. Pagod na kami sa bangayan. Because of the COVID pandemic, pagod na. People are tired. Ayaw namin nag-aaway yung ang liderato. Gusto namin magbuklod-buklod. I remember that very, very clearly. And it was an FGD that was common to all respondent groups of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And that was very strong. And that was talking about unity.
That was one. The other one was?
I forgot. No. But the other one was in relation to I forgot what I was going to say. I'll try to recall it. But the message of unity was very, very strong. Oh, the other one is this. Saan mo kami dadalhin?
Right.
Kasi ang problema there's a fine distinction between doing a presidential campaign and a senatorial campaign in the Philippine setting. In the US, a presidential campaign can focus on jobs, whatever the economy, whatever the issues, kitchen table issues, so to speak. Here in the Philippines, it's more aspirational. Ang tanong nila, saan mo kami dadalhin? Where are you going to lead us?
Yeah.
So that must be clear. For one reason or another, the people believe in the pinwheel of Bongbong Marcos. Look at that song, Umagang Kay Ganda. Yeah. It's very visually entertaining, visually
also maybe
moving.
Because it was just very simple.
That's correct. It's a very simple thing. I mean, it goes into ayaw namin nag-aaway, nagbabangayan ng aming mga liderato. Although, sila rin naman ng babanat Pero yung kandidato mismo, look the entire campaign, what was the excuse of not joining the debate? Kasi it's an opportunity to bash. And ayaw namin mag-bash ng kalaban.
Okay. Edwin, stand by lang because we need to also talk about yung looking forward ng what next for the opposition. We're going to speak first and bring in the result. We're going to speak first to Guido David of Octa Research. He has some projections, I'm told. He's joining us via Zoom. Hi, Guido. Thank you very much. Good morning also pala. Magandang umaga sa'yo. Good morning.
Hi, yes. Good morning.
Okay, what can you tell us?
Well, the numbers have been holding for president and vice president. BBM has been getting about 59 to 60% of the count. And right now, the latest that I'm looking at has about 81.8% tallied, and he has already 26 million. So we're projecting that he will be reaching about 32 to 33 million votes.
32 to 33 million vote projection. First time in history. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Well, he might miss 32, but we're also seeing VP Lenny might hit around 15 to 16 million votes. So those are a lot of votes, but unfortunately not enough to win because this is an overwhelming lead, and Mayor Sara is gonna be receiving roughly the same number of votes, about 32 million votes.
Yeah. Well, this is exactly what you have said in the surveys, Octa Research Survey, Pulse Asia, Lilo, lahat ng survey firms, no? Ito yung sinasabi na malaki ang magiging lamang ni BBM. And for a while, there were many people who didn't want to believe those surveys, right?
That's unfortunately correct. We just conduct the surveys. We do it objectively. We're not endorsing anyone. And that's the numbers show that. So it was showing a big lead since last year, since around December. So there might have been opportunities to recalibrate the strategies. In fact, I mentioned that some time ago, and we might have talked a few months ago about this, and if there's any chances. And what we saw was that there would have to be some major changes in the strategies to make up for the gap in the numbers.
But there was not enough, or there were no changes in the strategy, and that's why this happened.
Well, I mean, there were probably changes. There might have been changes. I can't speak for their campaigns. They might have changed the strategies, but maybe it was not enough. Or maybe BBM's strategy. I think he started, on this journey a long time ago. So I think he had a head start in his strategic campaign, and that might have been the game changer. It's also true that the unification efforts definitely was synergistic in that their numbers were additive. So BBM got votes in the north, the solid north, and then Mayor Sara got votes in the south, and then they complemented each other, and it was an additive effect, and it was definitely a lot to overcome.
And maybe also, was it because he recognized this for what it was? It's a marathon, no? Not a sprint, not something you can launch a little bit too late and then try and do catch up.
Definitely, it was a marathon. Start early, you do your homework, what you have to do, and they implemented the strategies, and it worked for them. So so that's definitely what we can attribute this to.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have numbers, projections for the senatorial race, or we're just talking about president and VP here?
Well, for the senators, I've been watching it also, and the top third. Well, for a while, former Mayor Herbert Bautista was number 13th, but now he has slid down to number 14, and we have number 13 is former VP Jojo Binay. But he's on the outside looking in. There's a significant gap now between former VP Jojo Binay and the number 12. So, I mean, I can't declare yet that the top 12 will be remaining as they are. I think definitely the top 8 have not been moving for some time, meaning that they have stayed at the same levels. I would go as far as to say that I think the top 11. I can't guarantee anything yet at this time, but I'm projecting that the top 11 will be remaining as they are. If there's some changes, it's going to be at number 12. But I tend to think right now that number 12, which is Jingoy Estrada, he might make it because there's some gap between him and the former VP Jojo Binay.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add? Final words?
Well, this was a historic day for the country, and we encourage people to go out and vote, and this is the result of our kababayans voting. So we have let democracy run its course. So I think after we have counted and we have officially counted the ballots, I think it's time to move forward with the people that the country has elected. So yeah,
moving forward. That was my hanging question for Edwin Lacerda, who's here with us. Thank you so much, Guido David, Octo Research, and of course the numbers now bearing out what all the surveys have been saying. Guido David also saying that he is projecting a 32 million or 33 million at most votes for BBM and an overwhelming lead. He's saying VP Lenny saying perhaps 15 to 16 million votes. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue with that discussion with Edwin Lasherda. Also, the latest numbers as of 12:02 a.m. Be right back. This is a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Election Night 2022. Maybe we should correct that. Hindi na gabi, election the day after, the aftermath of the May 9, 2022 election. We're going to go to the numbers now as of 12:02 a.m. From the COMELEC Transparency Server. Bongbong Marcos, 26,681,414 votes. 12,736,644 votes for Leni Robredo at number 2. Manny Pacquiao, 2,781,786. Isko Moreno, 1,664,391. Ping Lacson, 788,835 votes. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor. The vice presidential race, still the same. Sara Duterte, number 1 with 26,701,951 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 980,359 votes. Tito Soto, 7,115,838 votes. They're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Rizalito David. A while ago, Guido David of Octo Research saying he's projecting 32 million, perhaps 33 million votes for BBM, and for VP Lenny, 15 to 16 million votes. Now, let's remember, back in 2016 for the VP race, Leni Robredo got 14.4 million or 14,418,817 votes. She should be breaching that vote number. The senatorial race, as of 12:02 a.m., again, COMELEC Transparency Server, partial, unofficial. Robin Padilla, number 1, 22,283,925 votes. Lauren Legarda, number 2, 20,802,147 votes. Rafi Tulfo, number 3, 20,055,519 votes. The following are former senators. Incumbent. Win Gatchalian, a former senator, now governor of Sorsogon, Cheese Escudero. We spoke to him earlier. He said he did vote for Lenny, but he said we need to respect that mandate. Mark Villar, 15.5 million votes. DPWH Secretary, former DPWH Secretary. Alan Peter Cayetano, 15.5 million votes. Remember in 2016, Alan was the running mate of President Rodrigo Duterte. Joel Villanueva, comebacking senator, 15.9 million votes. Mig Zubiri, 988,055 votes. JV Ejercito, 13.5 million votes. Number 11 is Risa Ontiveros with 13.3 million votes. Jinggoy Estrada is number 12, 12.8 million votes. Kanina lang, sinasabi na nga ni Guido, itong nangyayari sa number 12, 13, and 14th spot. Kasi kanina, Herbert Bautista was at number 13 and Binay was number 14. Ngayon, nagbaliktad na. Binay is number 13. Number 14, Herbert Bautista. 15, Gibo Teodoro. They are followed by Gilor Eliazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan, Chel Diokno, and Larry Dadon. And we're going to show you live pictures just outside the BBM Sara headquarters here in Mandaluyong City. Supporters have gathered there, still gathering there, waiting for, more words from him. About an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, BBM spoke to say thank you to his supporters, to everyone who helped his campaign. He said he wanted to wait for 100% of the vote, but he said yung pagpapasalamat daw could not wait, and which is why he spoke earlier. We're also waiting for any possible movements, any possible announcements from Leni Robredo, who is in Camarines Sur. But earlier, Anjo Limari was saying that they weren't expecting anything, but supporters of Leni had gathered in Naga City. Now, after losing in the 2019 senatorial race, senatorial candidate Jinggoy Estrada is hopeful Filipino voters will give him a chance this time around as he makes it so far to the magic 12 of COMELEC's early unofficial tally. Here's what he had to say. Musta?
Well, still hanging on. Medyo ninenervous pa rin because I'm still in a very, very precarious situation.
Ninenervyos. Hanging on, you're hanging on by your fingertips like this or what?
I keep on praying.
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ha?
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ano yung dasal ko? Sana ibigay na sa akin ni Lord to.
Okay. Well, it is 70, well, it's about, what is it, 75% na ba of the ERs that have come in, and this is the COMELEC transparency server. You think that there is that possibility na malaglag ka pa at this point?
Well, I really do not know kasi hindi naman pinapakita ng mga TV programs kung saan nanggagaling yung mga votes.
Yeah, that was
really
also
do
my
not have
question
any
earlier.
idea.
That's what we want to see, kung saan nanggagaling sa
Correct.
yung mga presinto na to, anong mga lungsod, anong mga munisipyo, what provinces, and we don't have that information just yet. But we will find out soon. But so far, from your own projections, are you going to make it?
I think it's quite premature to say, but I think it's quite safe already.
Okay. Earlier, I was speaking to JV and I was asking him, what's it going to be like kung dalawa kayong mananalo and therefore magkasama kayo sa Senado? Sabi ko, mag-uusap ba kayo doon? Magpapansinan ba kayo? Ano bang mangyayari sa inyong dalawa?
Well, ako naman, I can work with anybody or everybody, whether he's my brother or not. Kahit opposition, I can work with anyone.
All right, Edwin, I was about to say Edwin Estrada, Edwin Lacerda, still with us here in the studio. Edwin, kanina yung tinatanong ko, no, yung moving forward, what's going to happen next? You know, how should Leni maneuver through this?
Well, she's no longer going to be a public official, but she will have this whole new pink movement where passions are strong, where the call to accountability has been fired up. No? So, sana wag lang pang-election lang yung passion na yan. And if Leni decides to take the lead, I'm sure the people will follow her. But it will be a civil society movement because obviously she's not in government. And now, however, the question comes in, is she willing to accept the reins of leadership at that point? Because, di ba sabi niya, after this, ayaw na niya, di ba? Kasi she was forced to running for congresswoman, vice president, and now president. So she'd like time for her. In fact, she's leaving the country nga, di ba?
Yeah.
So, but I think there will be, again, the sense of duty for her would be strong. Because when I spoke to her in July, she didn't want to run talaga, but she felt the compelling sense of duty. But you know, that's why we had to convince her, ma'am, tumakbo kayo. But I think at this point, she would not want to waste the passion for good governance among the people that have been inspired by her running for president. In that alone, if she's able to take on the reins, then that would be something victorious also for her. That can continue and maybe a foil to the present administration.
But what form will this passion take? I'm trying to figure out how to ask that question now. But kasi, you know, are they going to, will Leni supporters try to block BBM or try to prevent a proclamation, or, you know, how far will this go?
It depends on the concession speech of, if you're saying that she's going to do a concession speech, it would depend on the tenor of her speech. If it's a friendly concession speech or rather a more realistic concession speech where I will continue to fight for what I believe is right, but acknowledging that you are now the legitimately elected.
With so far 26 million votes.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why. So I think. Well, I think that will depend on the tenor of the concession speech of Vice President Lenny. That and the people will follow whatever she says because they're still very inspired.
Yeah, but I mean the Lenny campaign volunteers also really felt like she could win this, right? But at a certain point, you knew that this wasn't going to happen.
Well, because a lot of people were convinced that the Google Trends can help because we've traditionally relied on surveys, and when the surveys weren't registering the kind of numbers that we wanted to, somebody just came up and said, "Hey, look, there's this news, there's a new way of predicting elections. It's called Google Trends, and in so many countries, it has been proven to be right." So,
well, now it's proven to be wrong.
It's proven to be wrong in our country.
In our country, in the Philippines,
diba?
yeah.
So that's why it really, and people were just so fired up. They were just so inspired. So that's there will be days of grief. Obviously, the 5 stages of grief will happen. But at some point, you have to turn positive. How do we harness this whole energy?
Right.
And that would, I think, VP Lenny would be very, very conscious of that responsibility. And we hope that she will continue on, but give her time to rest first. And all that.
Well, speaking of those stages of grief, no, what stage ba is denial? Di ba may denial pa eh?
Yeah, tek mo na. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yung ano yan eh, there's denial, the first stage is denial, and then anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
Okay, nasang stage? Wala pa sa una.
Depende sa level mo eh. But definitely ngayon, it's really painful yan, di ba?
Yeah.
Masakit kasi, imagine people were going to all their rallies. And I saw, for instance, people going to BGC, going to Rockwell, and then just
all those parang flash mob, yung biglang nagko-congregate, no? But, yun nga, sinasabi ko kanina, parang ang gaganda ng mga rallies. Makati was, wow, what? 750K, di ba? But then that wasn't enough, di ba? And if you look at the NCR numbers,
there was one particular rally that I had to talk to one congressman. Sabi ko, he asked, how do we improve the message? Sabi ko, alam mo yung rally nyo, hindi lang pang show of force yan. Right. Yung rally ni Lenny. Kasi those are opportunities for conversion. Pero, 4 na oras ang rally mo, nasa pinakadulo si Lenny. But in the meantime, yung mga hosts mo, panay ang banat sa mga supporters or kay Bongo or sa mga supporters. Politics is addition, we need to convert. Pero kung merong mag-attend, tapos marinig na binabanatan, gaganahan ba silang tapusin yung buong rally? Sa last part, yun ang magandang sinasabi ni Lenny. So I was telling them, stop bashing in the rallies. It doesn't make sense for you. It's popular with your supporters, but this is not a church choir. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. So hindi itong rally para sa mga kumbinsido, para ito sa
para sa mga hindi pa kumbinsido.
Hindi pa kumbinsido. Yan ang kailangan natin to have in mind. So that's so. And also I told them, let's use unity. Maganda yung talaga naman, hindi lang naman yan teritoryo ni Bongbong. He doesn't have the monopoly on unity. All of us want and yearn for unity.
So unity, and that's why yung rosas hindi lang pink, naging multicolored na.
I think yan yung effect nung binanata that came after the Easter Sunday. I think that unity color came after the Easter Sunday conference of press con of the sila Isko. But from the very outset, the Vice President really wanted unity. But syempre, it was hard to settle on who's going to be the opposition candidate. The irony of it all was, yung kabilang team pa ang nagkaroon ng unity. Imagine mo, GMA convincing Sara and Bongbong to unite. Convincing Sara, avoiding the same mistake that Imelda and Danding did in 1992. Because otherwise, had Danding not run for the presidency, you could have as early as 1992 a Marcos president in the person of Imelda. But those two guys ran, eating up the same base. Here, you also have the same base. The Marcos base and the Duterte base were the same, practically the same characteristics. Yun. They learned from the lessons of history and decided not to run against each other.
Well, speaking of the Marcos base, let's cross over first to Ilocos Norte, home province of Bongbong Marcos. Senior correspondent Lois Calderon giving us an update. Lois, you've been there since, you've been on your feet since 6 this morning.
That's right, Pia. Actually, before 6, just to watch Marcos reach the finish line of his presidential bid, and we're there. We are at the heart of Batac, Ilocos Norte, the hometown of Bongbong Marcos' father, which delivered the votes that Bongbong Marcos, or the Marcos Jr., had been expecting. Partial and an official count by the local COMELEC here show 31,707 votes in favor of Bongbong Marcos out of almost 40,000 voters. That's 80% of the voter population of Batac. We're here at the City Hall, where the City Board of Canvassers is still making a final tally, with the local election officials saying there are 4 more precincts yet to be counted. We see more vans bringing VCM machines and boxes of ballots and election returns. That's where the chatter is coming from. Teachers in low voices taking those ballots, election returns, upstairs. There is no revelry yet on the streets surrounding the town center. Church grounds are lighted, but really the streets are quiet. Apparently, most of the people of Batac have yet to know the election outcome, but we ask some of them.
Napakasaya kasi taga rito si BBM. Kalugar, hometown niya ito. So, napakasaya, ma'am.
Masayang-masaya, ma'am. Dahil taga dito na naman ang magiging presidente ng Pilipinas.
Siyempre po masaya kasi parang magiging history ang aming paaralan.
Those who we talked to, those who voted for him, the older generation, are happy that another son of Ilocos will likely lead the nation. But they're holding on to his promise of unity, jobs, and basic things like cheaper price of rice. Pia?
Yeah. Well, Lois, let's talk about... oh my gosh, sorry. Other posts in Ilocos Norte. I'm curious about, although I did read, Sandro Marcos, BBM's son, winning handily in that congressional race against the incumbent Ria Fariñas. Also, what happened to the gubernatorial race, Rudy Fariñas, Ria's father? What happened to that?
That's right, Pia. Well, the City Board of Canvassers have yet to deliver actually the final tally to the provincial level, and that might not come until tomorrow. Not come until tomorrow, but we do have the partial and unofficial count. The COMELEC here. I'll start first with the presidential. The COMELEC here says Marcos' rival Leni Robredo got 904 votes out of almost 40,000 voters here, 121 votes for Lacson. For Vice President, Sara is leading with 30,479 votes. Kiko Pangilinan trailing behind with 789, and Tito Soto with 751. Again, those are partial and unofficial results, as the City Board of Canvassers has yet to transmit the final tally to the Provincial Board of Canvassers in Lawag City, the bailiwick of the Fariñas family. You mentioned Rudy Fariñas. Yes, Rudy Fariñas came out of retirement to run for governor, but the initial count, according to COMELEC, showed another Marcos leading. Incumbent Governor Matthew Marcos Manotoc and Vice Governor also Marcos, Cecilia Araneta Marcos, leading the race. For Mayor, incumbent Albert Chua looks set to win a re-election. Again, these are partial and unofficial counts at the local level, with 4 precincts, about 2,000 votes yet to be counted. Back to you, Pia.
From the looks of it, Marcos country indeed. Lois Calderon there reporting from Ilocos Norte. From there, Ilocos Norte to Metro Manila, incumbent San Juan City Mayor Francis Zamora winning a second term. He secured 66,883 votes, while his lone rival, former Barangay Councilor June Usman, got 9,413 votes. Zamora ran under the ruling party PDP Laban, while Usman was fielded by the Estrada-led Puwersa ng Masang Pilipino Party. 100% of election returns in San Juan City have been transmitted. Of course, we're looking at what's happened to the other local races here in Metro Manila, and we'd like to find out what's gone on in Pasig, for example, Vico Soto, and the others as well. Which candidates are ahead in different areas as of 12:02 a.m. Let's close in on the partial tally in the regions with Mai Rodriguez here in the studio. Mai?
Hi, Pia. Let's start with Region 7, Central Visayas. We will be checking how presidential hopefuls are faring, specifically in the most vote-rich province of Cebu. Bongbong Marcos here with a wide lead of 1,319,386 votes. Leni Robredo with 502,672, followed by Manny Pacquiao, Mayor Isko Moreno, and Ping Lacson at number 5. Well, it's interesting to note that back in 2016, Marcos lost in Cebu in his vice presidential bid. Now it seems Cebu delivered the votes for BBM. He had the backing of the Garcia-led One Cebu, the largest local party in the province. Now let's head over to Region 4A. We will be checking Region 4. We will have to refresh this first. We will be checking Calabarzon, the most vote-rich province. Let's see how they voted for president. Okay, that data is loading. We will just wait for a few seconds. Okay, we will...
Although ilang beses nang balikan ni
Yes,
Marcos
I hope
yan,
to be... We'll stand by because we will be checking also the Davao region in a bit after we go back again. Try Region 4A, Calabarzon, the most vote-rich province or region. Okay, Bongbong Marcos with 3,717,607 votes. Leni Robredo with 2,431,480, followed by Isko Moreno, Ping Lacson, Manny Pacquiao. Isko Moreno not even reaching 400,000 votes. And finally, let's go to Region 11. Region 11, which is the Davao region. Okay, let's check how they voted for president. This is as of 12:02 a.m. Bongbong Marcos with 1,601,964 votes. Manny Pacquiao is at number 2 in the Davao region, but just at 131,895 votes, followed by Leni Robredo, Isko Moreno, Ping Lacson at number 5. Those are the numbers so far, partial and unofficial, straight from the COMELEC transparency server as of 12:02 a.m. We will be watching this closely, especially as we're nearing the 90% mark. Right now, it's 86.49% of election returns received nationwide. Pia, back to you.
Thanks for that, Mai Rodriguez, for showing us how the regions voted. And as expected, the numbers bore them out. All right, we're going to get some final words now from Edwin Lasherda.
Well, I think we're looking at inevitably looking at a Marcos presidency. And so...
And you never thought you'd say that, right?
Hoping that I would never say that. But I think we should hold him to his promise of unity. And to make sure that we don't, and make sure that history does not repeat itself as what happened to his father. I hope he'll be a better president. I hope he will be friendly to, he will truly unite the country as he's promised campaign for the last so many months. And the only leg that only foundation he stood on was unity. So I think it's pretty easy for us that we should be able to hold him to that. And if he does not, there's always the pink movement. There's always those people who have promised to speak truth to power, like media, whose responsibility is to always speak truth to power. So we hope that he will, and I hope he will be able to convince the international community that he's not his father. That's it.
Now, before we go, we have figures as of 12:32 a.m. Let's bring them up now. 12:32 a.m. This is... Okay. 12:32 a.m. BBM, 27,391,261 votes. Leni Robredo, 13,076,367 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 2,913,672 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,697,954 votes. And Ping Lacson, 803,305. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. In the VP race, still the same, Sara Duterte, number 1, with 27,460,167 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 8,186,781 votes. Tito Soto, 7,299,010 votes. Followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, Lito David. The senatorial race, partial unofficial tally, COMELEC transparency server as of 12:32 a.m. Number 1 pa rin si Robin Padilla, 22.9 million votes. Number 2, Lauren Legarda, 21.3 million votes. Raffy Tulfo, number 3, 20.5 million votes. Followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Mig Zubiri, Joel Villanueva, JV Ejercito Estrada, Risa Ontiveros, and Jingoy Estrada. That rounds out the top 12. Number 13, Jojo Binay. 14, Herbert Bautista. 15, Gibo Teodoro. Followed by Gilor Eleazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan, Chel Diokno, and Larry Gadon. So I want to say first, thank you to Edwin Lacerda. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Just
go.
your last count on the presidential numbers, we still have around 19.455 million votes to look for.
Okay.
So that's still big. So
Okay.
so it depends. You're only at 70%, 70.52% of total votes counted.
Yeah, and you're hoping that.
No, we'll see if we can, if Lenny can narrow the gap or Marcos will just continue to run away.
Okay.
So
Yeah, and then, well, 13 million pa rin si Lenny. And then, di ba, we're looking at
she's now at
14.4.
19.90%. So,
Yeah.
tama, 13.076, so about 924 million, thousand before she hits 14 million. So, out of 19 million, siguro makakahanap ka ng 900,000 votes to make it to 14. Or mas tataas pa yan.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Edwin.
Thank you also.
Edwin Lacerda, political analyst now before presidential spokesperson. Maraming salamat. And thank you for joining us on the Filipino Votes Election 2022. CNN Philippines will continue helping guard the Filipino vote. Hourly updates begin at 2 in the morning. That's just 58 minutes from now. Please follow our official social media pages to keep tabs on the very latest at your fingertips. I'm Pia Ontiveros on behalf of the entire CNN Philippines staff and crew. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.